Can can you hear me now? Can you please let me know if you can hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. And if you can't hear me, I don't know what to do. Perfectly. All right, we can hear. Good, good, good. All right, you guys can hear me. Tell me if you can hear the sound effect. It's supposed to be like a cheering sound. Can you hear that cheering? Can you hear that sound? All right. Oh, it's low. I don't know what's happening. All right, cool. It's fine. We don't need sound effects. It's not that kind of show. Let me roll the intro, come back, and we'll talk. All right. So this live, I realized that a lot of what I do on here again gets misconstrued. And I know it's misconstrued because in the way that men in particularly men in particular have been reaching out to me. A lot of you are hurt, and I do care about people's feelings. I really do. I actually really, really do. And so this live, I'm going to talk about the thing that has hurt people the most, based on the feedback that I've been getting over the last year. And it has to do with this book, um, and how I've come to some of the conclusions that I've come to, how I became friends with people on YouTube who promotes this idea over that idea, and then running into the manosphere, right? So my evolution started in undergrad. When I spoke to my first sort of sociology professor, and he articulates some of the issues that kept being overlooked in the Black community as it relates specifically to Black women. And so it's an interesting thing, right? We are having a 4-part documentary coming out that is going to be talking about the plight of Black men and misrepresentation of Black men in the media. And I said I wouldn't watch it, but after the back and forth with Dean, I will watch it and I will review it. But that's not what this live is about today. This live is going to be us watching some videos talking about this book, Is Marriage for White People? Yeah. And I had the pleasure of going to hear this man speak, Ralph Richard Banks speak, live before. Um, I would actually like to interview him, but this is neither here nor there. In any case, why I'm here today is I'm going to offer for men and women who, welcome L, for men and women who have any concerns, I would I'm opening the platform up for you to come and voice your opinion. Now, that being said, it is going to be somewhat of a debate, because what I'm not going to do is sit and just have you sort of filibuster, right? If you have an issue, be concise, be clear with what the issue is. And we're going to talk, and I'm going to attempt to keep you on topic so that we can be extremely precise in what it is that we're saying. Now, I know what's going to happen already. I'm going to open the link. I'm going to send out the link to call in, and no one who disagrees with me is going to call in. Um, no one who disagrees with me is going to come on until the very end, where we then have to extend the stream longer to facilitate a discussion with people who I did open it for, but they did not come in. The yellow light in here is absolutely disgusting. I don't know what it's doing to my skin, but whatever. So that is first. But before we get there, before we get to the disagreement phase, um, there are some things that I want us to watch. And the first is, and this is how I'm framing the discussion. So if you don't like how I'm framing the discussion, I get it. But this is how I'm going to frame the discussion. This is how we're starting tonight. We're choosing we're choosing violence tonight. So this is how we're going to do it. I thought yellow lights make melanin pop. I mean, I like it, but it's kind of harsh. Like it makes my face look very. I mean, I look moisturized, and I am, so that's fine, I guess.
.com.
Yo, how you doing?
I'm chilling. What's going on with you, bro?
Just hanging out. I fundamentally disagree with you. I'd love to talk to you.
You fundamentally disagree with me.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
I just wanted to make sure that's what I heard you say. Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Yeah. So let me ask you, what do you think is, I will say that I'm a married man. I have a family.
Okay.
I have a wife who doesn't vote because I tell her she shouldn't because she's a woman.
Okay.
I have a wife who stays at home, who cooks and cleans.
Okay.
But let me ask you, what, I leave the house, with a strong hand.
Okay.
But let me ask you, like, what do you think the perfect woman is? And then after you give your answer, I'd love to reply to that. What do you think the perfect woman is?
What do I think the perfect? Okay, so the perfect woman for me, because the perfect woman is different for different men, right?
Your idea.
My idea of the perfect woman. The perfect woman for me is just a woman that prioritizes time spent with me. I really don't, because I'm not like into marriage. I'm not into, being with one woman. So the perfect woman for me is the woman that prioritizes and she values the time that she gets to spend with me.
Stop right there. So stop right there.
All right. So for those of you who are not familiar with this clip, I will play some more later on. And for those who disagree with this man, please come on again. But I think a lot of the way we're being perceived in the broader community is really bad. What we had was a white man who seemed to be racist, in my opinion, but he might not be. But in my opinion, based on what he's saying, I would venture to say he leans more towards racism. But he was speaking with a black man, and they were debating about women's role in marriage and all of that. And even as horrendous as one might believe the white man on the phone to be, he was defending the position regarding monogamy and providing for your family and being with your wife and things like that, where the black man was defending, and the black man here, I'm not saying ever black man because I know how people go about this. The black man was saying, oh no, this is not about that. This is about me wanting a woman to prioritize me, even though he essentially articulates that he won't prioritize any of them because he does not believe in marriage, right? And so it's interesting that even in the depth, Demas don't want peace, he wants problems. No, I mean, I think we know we need to talk because the truth is everyone is pointing out. I think once it leaves the black community, everyone is essentially saying the same thing, right? And on one hand, it's either the academics opining about systemic racism, but on a sort of more direct and local, if we want to call it that level, the conversations about what is happening in the black community is is being laid at the feet of of black men. No, at Themis, he is racist. The full clip is worth, and he says he is racist. Yeah. So I mean, we're gonna play more of it, right? But I find him to I did find him to be extremely racist, but it's not the truth is I actually don't care much for the opinion of other other people because if I want to do a historical overview of who has inflicted the most harm, it would not be pretty. I decided not to do that yet because I have not had the kind of caller that I want to have come in to opine on things that I think are important, so we can actually go back and forth in a meaningful way. So that's one thing. But because I mean, I'm not going to say because he's racist, this or that. There, it is interesting to me that we had the racist man on the line defending marriage, and then we had the black man on the other talking about not wanting to settle down and not being for marriage and all of that stuff. So I think this is worth a kind of discussion. And I'm doing this in the context of, is marriage for white people? And in the context of this book. The reason I'm doing this is because I've been made aware of a few clips. Some of them are meaningless, but let's go to this young man who is going to be essentially he's going over the book and he's giving his opinion on the book, and he is pro-black, and he obviously is against most of the stuff in the book. So let's see. Now, Theme is waiting to strike. Yeah, no, I'm waiting. I am waiting. Hey, Deanne, how are you? Hey, Marcus, how are you? Dollface, L, everyone in the chat, welcome. By the way, I hope you guys all had a lovely Valentine Day with a friend, a partner, with yourself, with God, with whoever you believe in. I do hope that you guys did have a good day. I did. I did. I appreciate it. And for everyone watching in the EU, anywhere in the EU, I know it's late, so thank you, but go to bed and you can watch the replay. So thank you. Let's go. So this is the one review that I saw, and then I went down a rabbit hole that I thought I would bring to you guys today. Again, if you are someone who disagrees with me, please know that you are welcome to come on. All right, let's watch.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Brother Knowledge here. I'm going to do a quick book review, lightning book review. My name is Brother Knowledge, based out here in Canada in Hamilton, Ontario. 24. I'm an author myself, working on my first book, Reinventing the Wheel. I went to McMaster University for 4 years, undergraduate, doing honors, justice, political philosophy, and Black Unification group, where we come together in the name of Black Unity. I own the Black Business Market Canada, designed to basically make a catalog of Black businesses in the spirit of Black Wall Street, Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is where I aspire to turn Hamilton into Harlem, or take it abroad, have it going all around. So anyway, it's a snippet on me, just so you understand where I'm coming from. So let me get Snapchat or whatever, but I had to do a book, I had to. So let me not discredit the author. The author is Ralph Richard Banks. He is a Black man. I don't know how much percentage he is Black. He's Black. He's intelligent. Bibliographies, like if you were to, I won't bore you because we got bigger things to deal with here in this book, but the bibliography is extensive, people. Extensive bibliography. He's definitely done his research. The statistical data, I don't have a problem with. That's not where the problem lies with.
Okay, so this also comes up in my chat a lot. He just said he does not have a problem with the statistical data being presented in the book. So he's taking as fact the stats. What he does have a problem with ultimately is what he's going to call the propaganda or the conclusion. And why does he have a problem with the conclusion? And this is where I do invite people to come on and talk, because we're going to, this is not even the core of what I'm doing here tonight, but I just wanted to play this person reviewing it, and then we can up the antics a little bit. A lot.
With this book, lots of knowledge in here. Certainly up to about chapter 7. There's about 11 chapters in here. There's an afterword, and there is a acknowledgments and stuff like that. And it goes into the bibliography, partial bibliography, he calls it. It was a great book up to chapter 7. And so let me explain what I mean by this. Now, the book is talking about the lack of Black love. And he quotes his main quote in here. He has a lot of he quotes every other second. He's doing a great job statistically with his research, primary, his secondary research, and a little bit of primary research as well. With he's done some like surveys and stuff. But the biggest quote and takeaway I got from it that resonates in my consciousness with this book initially is that Black people are the number one unmarried people on the planet. We're the last. Black women are the last to get married and the first to be divorced. And Dr. Umar Johnson talks about this often as well as many other scholars, I would imagine. But so he talks about that now, and I believe this as well. I believe this is a problem. We need more Black love, and that kind of thing. And there's lots of reasons, perhaps, why this is the case. Obviously, you can look at slavery and how we weren't allowed to do this. You can look at, some people argue that we didn't have marriage, but there's all kind of theories people have, and we can tease that out. But first, anyways, back to the book. So, like I want to say brother Ralph, but man, let me not give this away. So Ralph, this brother here, he says that, okay, I'm zooming through because attention span is short. I gotta keep it short and brief. But basically, he says that Black men aren't that good. There's not a whole bunch of good Black men out there. It's just, as a Black man, he's saying there's not a lot of good Black men out there. There's not a lot of good, intelligent, educated Black men out there, and even smaller amount of them who want Black women. He says, this is his allegation, this is his assertion. He says that Black men only want women who wear weave. That he doesn't want them to have natural hair, not even if it's locked. He says that Black men are the ones that are always up in jail, that are no good, have tons of women. They're not monogamous. They're not good men. They're garbage, basically. Those are some of the. But now I'm not giving him credit again because this is up to chapter 7. He was talking like this. Up to chapter 7, he's talking about how Black love is good. He's talking about how Barack and Michelle Obama are a source of inspiration and they break the mold and so all this good stuff. And as a pro-Black man, I'm reading this and I'm feeling powerful, right? I'm always reading the Book of Negroes or whatever it is to make me feel empowered.
See, this is kind of weird for me because he said, I'm not going to pause him. I just want to run it out. And I see someone extra crispy is back there, so I'll add you in a minute. But he said that he doesn't see a problem with it. The facts are there. All of that is there. And then he has a problem towards the end of the book with the solutions. I find this kind of odd, particularly when the facts he claims he agrees with have us Black men doing extremely poorly. There's prison, there is education, there is employment, all of it, right? And so he's saying he's feeling powerful as a Black man reading the first couple of chapters, and then it switched. I don't know why he was feeling powerful in the first couple of chapters. That literally makes no sense to me. But again, let's continue. Extra crispy, I see you back there. I'll add you in a moment.
Right? And so here we go. So his conclusion, I'm gonna skip right to the conclusion just to save you some time. Let me know, by the way, in the comment section if this is an inaccurate representation of this book. It's great volume. It is great as far as some of the stuff he talks about, no doubt. Stats all day, he has statistics all day, but this is his conclusion. Okay, he concludes that because Black women are they're so, his words, because there's such a small amount of good Black men out there for women in the market, and there's so many women for men to choose from, so we don't want to settle down. We don't want to why choose when we can have 2, 3, 4, 5, or 7 is his allegation. Therefore, his conclusion for what Black women need to do and what we need to do as a Black people to solve our problems is for Black women to start dating outside of the race, so for them to get interracially married. So y'all go ahead and let me know in the comment section. It's already been 6 minutes. It's far too long for our generation. But let me know what you think in the comment section below, or hit me up at knowledge 7 on Instagram or Twitter, or hit me up at knowledge7 at gmail.
You gotta stop promoting your channel. Hey, extra crispy. Sorry, you're on mute.
I am so sorry. I was trying to be presentable because I am definitely like bedtime ready. First of all, thank you. Love the channel. Um, my question is, I haven't seen this particular guide, but I've gotten a chance to read a good amount of Is Marriage for White People. And so what's very confusing to me, and I also had this issue amongst like a lot of the I guess for the purpose of conversation, a lot of the Black men that I have conversations about this type of stuff with is like, number one, how is it that the statistics move from being facts to being opinions once you decide that you don't like them? That's very, very confusing to me. They kind of just are what they are. Also, like, as far as like maybe members of the divestment movement who are, you know, really, really hype about certain things, why is there anything wrong with Black women who do outnumber the viable Black male quote unquote counterparts? Why is it that that's such an issue? You've talked on one of your previous videos about like, you know, why do Black men not hold themselves as accountable as they should? Why is it that oftentimes, you know, they censor Black women and their behavior, as far as like saying like, if you all chose differently, if you all did better, if you all made us do better, you know, then maybe you have better options. But it's very, very confusing to me. And so in light of this, my question for you, Themis, is like, why do you think that some of our male members of the community, of the Black community, can't seem to wrap their heads around the possibility that, number one, not possibility, the fact that there's not enough of them for us, all of us to quote unquote get with, and that it's okay to have discourse around this? It seems like they have a lot of us seem to have a lot of trouble getting past that. So like, how do you feel about that? Because I don't want to speak for Black men.
Yeah, well, I can't speak for Black men either.
Fair.
But I do think there, like, if we're playing a game and you were supposed to select people for your team, right, from a bunch of different groups. If I am the only group you're choosing from, and my group is the only group you're choosing from, and there's more spaces on your team, then I know that I will get picked. In the marketplace, my value goes through the roof exponentially because you only choose from one group. That group is smaller than your group, who everyone in your group wants to choose from that, right? And so obviously I have more power in this scenario. I'm not going to relinquish that power because it's unfair. You know what I mean? Like it takes a person of great character, I think, to say, okay, the power imbalance here is skewed in a way that disenfranchises the other group. So let me help. It's not going to happen that way. So that's one thing. As I'm saying it, one of the biggest critique to Ralph Richard Banks's writing on this topic is it ignores, I don't even know if it's a critique, but it ignores bisexual and homosexual females. It doesn't actually take into account that in any meaningful way, which I thought was unfortunate, particularly when, if we're looking at the numbers, that would reduce the number of and gay men too. It would reduce the number of eligible people or men, right? So I do think there is a missed opportunity in the book, but I don't think it would cut either way as far as my data is concerned. But I thought that should not have been ignored. But to your bigger question, it is, in my mind, about power and social capital that no group would want to give up. And so that's what it is. Interestingly, actually, I I don't understand how the guy just speaking would find the first half of the book to be empowering, which she described it as empowering, because the first half of the book is pointing out the issues with Black men. Now, sure, Ralph Richard Banks talks about systemic issues like mass incarceration and the kinds of issues that may have been because of slavery in the way men chose or not chose to get married, right? So in my mind, it feels like that kind of narrative he's okay with, but not the conclusion that comes from that kind of narrative, right? Like, sure, you're here because of systemic racism. Sure, we are talking about the not prioritizing family and marriage, systemic racism, all of that. Sure. I don't know how you thought that was empowering. And he describes it as empowering. That I'm not quite sure why. So, yeah.
Interesting. It makes me sometimes, and I understand that we can sometimes speak collectively, but oftentimes have to speak to individual experiences. I wonder sometimes, just in the guise of the conversation, not even just specifically about the book, is there, from an evolutionary standpoint, or even just a socialization standpoint, a certain level of no child left behind with emotional socialization within the Black community, specifically with Black boys, that leads to the potential for not being able to understand or fully rationalize this type of information? The same with Black women to a certain degree, because also when you think about the divestment movement, it also talks about quote unquote male identified women who do fall in line with certain patriarchal views, etc. And so I've been thinking about that. I didn't major in sociology or anything like that, or psychology. I was an information systems major. So it's like there's a lot of stuff that I am missing. But I oftentimes think about it in context of, is it a thing that can be attacked from a socialization and emotional socialization standpoint? Is it something that the divestment movement probably can address better by, like some of these men say, quote unquote, if you do better? And if you tell Black women to do better at this point in history, technically you're telling them not to marry Black men by and large to a certain degree. So I just wonder sometimes, what are potential solutions? And all of them have to be long term, because I don't know that there's any short term solutions to this type of situation. But I would like to have, if possible, your opinion on things that Black women and men could be doing at this point to either combat this, or even if you don't want to combat it, create an infrastructure for yourself individually or collectively on a tribe level that could move all of us in a better direction, emotionally, spiritually, etc.
All right. So I stay away from telling Black women how they should engage to uplift the Black community, because they've been trying too hard to do that. As it relates to Black men, I think the conversations about the educated lame versus Pookie and Ray Ray is one that I think should take. No, I find it fascinating, and thank you for everyone sending me those, because I'm watching. But I find it fascinating because the fact that there is a conversation going on about whether or not education is important means that we have not even we have not even yet agreed how to operate in the system that we live in, right? Like, the fact that we're actually having a debate between the so-called Pookies and Ray Rays online, talking about how education is the white man's tool, and it's we're trying to be white people by being educated. The fact that there is that kind of conversation happening means that we're not truly engaging in a meaningful way to uplift our community. And Deanne would say we're fighting to be the permanent underclass by not acknowledging that. So
yeah,
I think the blame game has to stop online.
Okay.
And
I agree.
that means men have to stop blaming women for the fault of the community, particularly if you are anti-feminist. If you are an anti-feminist man in a society that is a patriarchy, then it is going to be your responsibility whether the community fails or succeed. And you can't blame that on anyone, right? Now, if you are a feminist or you believe in the equality of the sexes, then you can blame it on each other. But most of these men reject feminism yet blame women for all the problems. So women become these powerful deities in the community. And it doesn't compute to me. And we blame the educated, independent women for breaking up the family. And it's like, okay, fine. Even if we give you that, which I will never do, right?
Understood.
The truth is, if they're the educated women who are getting money and whatever, they're bringing resources. How are you blaming them for the community's degradation as a whole, and not the group that is not bringing in education and resources? So I think I don't know fully, I don't believe fully that they don't know who is to be blamed. I think they do. I think the issue is whether or not they want to take the kind of responsibility required for them to move and act in a way that would actually help. Because again, it will take a lot of work. So short answer, accountability. Long answer, that includes going to school, squashing the debate between Pookie and Ray Ray and the educated lame, and make the educated lames the winners, and then stop being lame and figure out how we can actually uplift the community. That's how I see it. But again, this is one person's perspective. We as we as men should also stop trying to make false equivalences between the plight we as men and women cause each other. Yeah. So we're going to continue. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate you. And you can definitely come back. Let's go watch the next video.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's the question being asked by an author of a new book. Is marriage for white people how the African-American marriage decline affects everyone? It's got a lot of people talking right now. Stanford law professor Ralph Richard Banks says it's time for black women to, this is a quote, give up the good fight on marrying a black man. Here he is.
The way I think of that is that women have been asked to carry a great load. Black women shoulder a lot of the burden, in short, of black men's struggles. And I am asking women to put the burden down. Many women think that they're attracted to black men. They are attracted to black men, but attraction itself is complicated. And one of the things that I discovered in the course of writing this book is that there's a whole host of fears and desires and anxieties that animate black women's attraction to black men.
Okay, Banks recently wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal and said that 70% of black women aren't married. That's roughly true. Okay, so is it time for single, educated, and working black women to just forget the notion of marrying a black man and look outside their race? A new Gallup poll shows more and more people are receptive to the idea of interracial marriage. In 1968, the numbers were quite low for whites approving of interracial marriage. This is a Gallup poll from USA Today, but today those numbers skyrocketed for both blacks and whites. So does the author have a point? Is the black marriage nearly obsolete? Is the idea just for white people? Have a black couple here who says, hello, I'm right here.
So the question is disingenuous. In no part of the book does Ralph Richard Banks says marriage is obsolete in the black community. So I think that is an overstatement of the ideas in the book. In fact, Ralph Richard Banks is a black man married to a black woman, right? And so the question fundamentally is about the black women who become educated and start moving up in terms of socioeconomic status. The question is, should they try to find a black man and die alone in some cases because they're waiting to be paired with a black man? And his answer is no. And he actually thinks that this would allow for more competition and black men would actually step their game up. But that is not the fundamental premise of the book or the reason why he thinks women should open their option. So the question by the interviewer misrepresents the point in the book, which I find very frustrating. And I know why they do it, because they oppose it and they have a black couple to further oppose his ideas, which again, I don't mind the healthy debate. Like, I actually don't, but I think misrepresenting and strawmanning an argument does nothing to further the conversation besides push your own propaganda. And that's the problem. Now, that you found one does not mean everyone can. And in fact, even in pure numbers, which is something Ralph Richard Banks pointed out, there were more women than men numerically, black women than black men. And so even if we factor and say no black man is gay and no black woman is gay or a part of the LGBT community, and every one of them said, I will date a black man, our black women rather, there would still be millions of black women unpaired. Like it's just numerically it does not make sense. And I feel like that alone should facilitate a meaty discussion about power and privilege within the black community, but it doesn't. And that's unfortunate.
Joining us more to talk about this is Lamar and Ronnie Tyler, bloggers for Black and Married with Kids. All right, Tyler, so I guess my first question is, what is your reaction to what you have just heard? A lot of people have been talking about this.
I just think the book is dangerous and it's sending a dangerous message.
Dangerous?
Yes.
Okay.
I definitely think it is just perpetuating all of the negative stereotypes that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
And now is the time for Black people to come together and to work together, not to look outside of our community for the end.
Can someone come up, please? Can someone who is agreeing with them come up? Because it's very difficult to talk. It's very difficult to talk about this clip because it's so wrong. And when you say the book is dangerous, you need to explain how. And it can't just be we need to come together. Because again, even if we all came together, there would be unpaired women unless we're doing polygamy. Right? Like, unless we're doing polygamy, there will be unpaired women. So when you say the book is dangerous, I am going to have it doesn't even scratch the surface of an argument. It's not like we are not even at the point where we're talking about black men and black women and the education level or employment level. We don't have to go there to dismantle the argument that the book is dangerous, because we can just stop at the pure numbers. Numerically, it just does not make sense, because even if we are to say all black people are heterosexual and all black men want to date a black woman and be with a black woman, and all black women want to be with a black man, and they all go for each other, there will still be black women unpaired. So like, you can't just say the book is dangerous. Like, that doesn't make sense in the context right here.
Dangerous how so? And I want you to answer this, because he seems to be putting a lot of negativity out there on black men.
Sure, well, you know,
this is also frustrating. This is why people email me and tell me that I am attacking black men, because he has not. You can disagree with his conclusion about what to do about it. But when you say he puts a lot of negativity out there on black men, I'm going to want you to go through his research and point out where he put negativity out there that is not like research. Like, if the research is itself negativity, then we have a problem, not about him pointing it out, but that it exists at all, right? So it doesn't make sense when people say he puts a lot of negativity out there on black men. Like, that is a broad sweep on a ton of research, and there is no grappling with the research. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, at least pinpoint the research and say this research is inaccurate or misrepresentation of what is happening in real life, and this is what is actually happening. Therefore, he is putting a lot on black men. And I find it hard sometimes because people get so annoyed. Like, the conversation about race comes up and everyone says, yes, people need to know the truth. And yet when we're talking about issues intraculturally, people then recoil and assume that it's negative, and that it's a propaganda and it's white supremacist talking points and all of that. And it could all be true, but is the research, is what we're talking about, is that not true? Anywho, let's continue.
I think what he's done is created a perfect mechanism to sell books, but not so much to help African-American women.
All right.
And I think, you know, that's he's portraying this like this is some type of help tool for them, but not at all. I think anytime when you say that one entire group of people, specifically based on race, is bad and another group is good, then it doesn't make any sense at all. It's not.
He never said one group is good and one group is bad based on race. He was pointing to statistics that you can definitely disprove if you think he's incorrect. This is actually ridiculous. Mr. Castle says, 2.5 million black men in the upper class. What are you ladies doing to attract those men? Absolutely nothing. I would like Mr. Castle to come up. Mr. Castle, we don't want 2.5 million of them. Mr. Castle, can you come up? I would love to speak to you. Let me see your next comment, and if it is one of those, this is a call out. Dexter, if you want to complain about adjectives, then go find a safe space. However, it doesn't change my initial point that women outnumber men in 125 country. All right, let's continue.
Not helping anybody. Instead, the conversation should be, if there are problems in the African American community, how can we uplift the community? What can we do to show them that marriage is positive, to show them that parenting is positive and where it's at? Instead of, making notions like these that basically just get you on TV, in the media all the time and allow you to sell books.
Well, because some of the numbers that he put out there are true.
I don't like that either. She's not. If you think she's defending the book, she's not. When you say some of the numbers he put out there are true, it implies that some of them aren't true. And if you don't believe some of them are true, I'm going to need you to explain which ones are not true. Because if there are research in his book, right? If there's research in his book that is not true, then we need to know that. Let me show you guys something. You might not be able to see this, but this right here is his bibliography. This is all the citation in the book. Like the book is like 1/4 of the book is citation. This is all citation, just all citation here. And so if he's inaccurate on the citation, then we need to know where. You don't just say, oh, some of the numbers are true. No. I need now for you to tell me which are not true, because from my reading, they were all true. So let's continue.
A white woman is twice as likely to get married as a black woman. Some of what he is saying is true, is what you take exception to, what you say are solutions that aren't actually solutions. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Solutions that are not actually solutions. So if it's true, let's get down to why it's true and bring forth real solutions for the Black community.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, interracial dating is fine. I think who you fall in love with is who you fall in love with. But again, when you say this group of people in this particular instance, which is black men, are bad and you shouldn't be with them. And I think the craziest thing about
again, he also never said black men are bad. Like, this is so annoying because it feels like I have to stop every 2 seconds, because it's just like, I do think you can debate the book. That there is citation on one side doesn't mean you're completely lost for citation on another. You can debate. You can actually be upset with him and say he's wrong. And in fact, you can point to reasons why the community is the way it is and why things may be an issue. But at this point, it's just like, no, like they're not even trying at this point. All right. So there are people in the back. Let me try to get some of you guys on. So you guys are on. Ollie, can I hear you? I don't know. There's someone. Ollie, go ahead.
Hello, Davis.
Hey, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine. Sorry, my English is very bad because I speak Portuguese. I'm from Portugal. And yes, no, I just wanted to say that I love your channel, and this time I'm very glad that I finally could catch a live. And yes, I only just wanted to tell you to keep the good work, that you have a very good channel, and I think you are doing a very good work. Personally, I don't know that much about the Black Americans. As an African man, I always, when I grew up, I grew up with knowing that people used to tell me that Black Americans are like, we, at least in my country, we admire y'all. We always say that Black Americans are like the most like unite group of blacks in all the diaspora, and that's why I am always like I always had that curiosity to know about more about Black Americans, and uh, and it's very interesting to know that from your channel.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the
Yes.
compliment. Thank you.
And about this subject about marriage, I don't know because I have a very unpopular opinion about it because I am in the chat and I'm seeing a lot of people talking about they want to get married, but I don't know. Like I'm from Guinea-Bissau. My family are from Guinea-Bissau, and I think like. At least in my country, in and I think in a lot of African countries, uh, we tend to worship marriage. So I think that marriage it's not all of that, but I understand that from the Black Americans that's another perspective. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm very traumatized because I grew up in a household and basically the African aunties, our uncles, our mothers and fathers, they are always telling us, "I you have to be married. You have to do this, or you're not going to get married." It's like we worship marriage a lot in African communities. That's why I don't think that marriage is that important. But I understand that for African Americans, that's another perspective.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yes,
don't
and
actually value marriage in the same way, and I mean, I'm not
uh
gonna push back on that.
yes,
But thank you, I appreciate you. Victor, you said I don't know if you're still here, Victor. Ollie, thank you so much.
yes. Thank you, Timus.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you for you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Victor, you said you were up. I think I saw you up. I was talking to someone. You would have been next, but I'm going to continue now. If you come back, we obviously will talk, but yeah. All right, let's do it.
All of this is the fact that he's married to a black woman. So what if she took his own advice? They wouldn't be married now.
So what you're saying?
No, if she took his advice, they would actually probably still be married because he was talking about black women not settling or quote unquote marrying down. So he is a law professor, and I think she's a psychology professor. So they are academically matched, economically matched, and I mean, I guess intellectually matched. So it's the issue is he's not telling women that they should only date out, but rather that they should open their options and not be limited to quote unquote dating down. Now, if you disagree with that, obviously we can have a conversation, but it's a misrepresentation of his ideas to say he wouldn't be married to his wife. In fact, follow his principle and you might end up with a successful black man. It's not like he's saying don't date black men. He's saying don't settle or date down because it's not good for you, the community, the economy. It's just not good in his opinion. This is not my opinion, but yeah. All of a sudden, Mr. Castle can't speak to Themis because he has to go to work. Yeah, no. He has definitely have to go to work right away. My That's Themis rule. If he calls and folks have time to type in the chat and not go up, they are to be removed. Yeah. So if you can't come up because you're going to get ready for work, just don't type and get ready for work. And if you are in work and you want to come up and talk, then you can do that. But yeah, you put on timeout or block. The moderators can use their own discretion to figure it out. But it is what it is. if you don't have time to come up here, you shouldn't have time to be. What did Mahogany Pink say? Twerk in the chat. London Ling, at least I tried to go on. You tried to come on. I saw you and you were on, but there was one person ahead of you and then you left. So, I mean, it is open, but let's continue.
Is okay, let me make sure I'm clear. He's saying look outside of your race because there's a problem with your race, as opposed to just be with whoever you choose to be with, regardless of what their race is. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's this two-part thing. It's part of it is that, and part of it is this thing.
He does not say look outside of your. That's not. He's saying look everywhere and find people who are more suitable matches for you, and do not quote unquote marry and date down. That's what he's saying. Like, I feel like none of the people who are talking about the book actually read the book, because it's kind of frustrating. Like, this is not what he said.
About the black man being so bad, just perpetuating these continual stereotypes that we've had now for generations and generations. And the problem becomes when you have people in communities that don't see marriage every day, that don't see those positive images of marriage portrayed, they start to believe things like this. When they see books and they see movies and they see different things, something that marriage is for white people, they start to actually get that into their conscious, and then that passes down from generation to generation. Because
there are plenty of positive images of black marriages out there. I mean, we've got the Obamas. I mean, there's a Will and Jada. If you don't believe all that.
Oh, wait. Okay, so this happened. This was in like 2000 and something. But it's interesting because not her pointing to Will and Jada as not her pointing to Will and Jada as a positive. This did not age well. This did not age well. Period.
Tabloid messes out there. Right. An interracial couple. There's Iman and David Oye. There's lots of positive images out there if you choose to see them.
Exactly. And that's exactly what we're doing with our website, trying to.
I am. The way I am gagging right now, not Will and Jada, not them saying Will and Jada. I'm gonna watch one more and then we can go back to the video. So Ralph Richard Banks got Ralph Richard Banks got interviewed, and I thought this was really, really a weird interview. And I find it interesting. I mean, I'll do this, I think. But the thing is, I don't mind having tough questions. Given her hairstyle, it's probably... I'm done with you. I'm not doing this with you. Thank you, the Harmony Pill. All right. You know when you were watching an interview and someone is like, oh, I have a bunch of questions from the audience, but you know those questions are not from the audience. They want to ask them because they're definitely not reading anything. Those are their questions. Not the entanglement. All right, so this is so this is the interview. This is what the interview was. Let's watch it together.
More black women, right, graduating from college, 2-to-1 to black men. You throw in incarceration rates, you throw in the unemployment rates, and you're saying there's just not enough black men.
Well, there are not enough black men for all of the college-educated black women in particular that have the type of husbands that they want to have.
The type that they want to have. Now, I put this out. We had this conversation yesterday, and a lot of people were chiming in, and I decided to ask for questions from viewers. And one of the questions, simply put, is, do black women deserve better than what black men have to offer? That seems...
All right. I need people to come on. I need people to come on now. This is a point of contention. The question is, do black women deserve better than what black men have to offer? Now, the question is, what does black men have to offer? And what do black women deserve? And are they in alignment or misalignment? This is an interesting point. However, I find this extraordinarily interesting. I'll explain that later. Actually, let's do this. Hey.
Oh my God. No, he did not just ask that question. Sorry, I had to get more comfortable. Pardon the lighting.
Oh no, I love the lighting. You're fine.
I just got agitated, and maybe because I took a sip of red wine. Do Black women deserve better than what Black men can give them? I'm pretty sure there's like a GRE word that I could use to describe the foolishness, but I don't have that kind of energy tonight. The answer is unequivocally yes, based on the statistics that were provided in the book and also our own anecdotal evidence. I'll use myself for an example. I am in the process of moving on from a person who fits many of the descriptions that yourself and Cynthia G and others on certain parts of YouTube describe certain types of Black men. And there are just some realities around, like, I don't want to say anything too crazy or too negative. I'm trying to word this properly. Let me just say this. If I go to school, I get highly educated. I run in circles with bachelor's, master's, and PhDs, a lot of terminal degrees. All of us got 2 and 3 jobs. We have hobbies. We play golf. We play lacrosse. We play tennis. Or, we go to the gym or whatever. We walk on a day-to-day basis. We consistently read at least a book a month so that our vocabularies don't get decreased over time. We are consistently empowering one another, helping each other be entrepreneurs. Or if you just want to rest and relax, we're assisting each other and being in community one another. Why should I leave my group of friends and we all run in the same type of way, spiritually, emotionally, financially, physically, etc.? Why should I then remove myself from that comfort, or my family, depending upon the situation? Why should I remove myself from that comfort to come struggle with you? And more importantly, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish up.
And more importantly, not just as a man, but as a human being, do you have no pride? Why would you want to then lay your burdens down on my porch for me to fix all of them, mop them all the way up, get it pretty, make it nice and shiny, just for you to potentially still at home mistreat me and misdirect me and disregard me and completely upend all the work that I've done, potentially put me in a situation, which I have personally been in situations where a number of Black men, family and relationships have put me in psychologically and emotionally and sometimes physically harmful situations. Why would I want to do that? So yes, we do deserve better than what certain Black men. I'm not going to say all, because obviously, statistics, have things about them, math, the math don't always be mathing, but in general it do. So why would I put myself through that, especially when I've worked this hard? Like, that is the point. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestors, right? If I am doing better, why can you not at some point or another get it through your head that you too need to do better? And no one's asking you to be perfect, because Black women are not perfect. We just ask you to be right. And there's a lot of folks, Black men specifically, that just don't want to do it right. And I don't understand. It's very confusing to me. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to be quiet.
No, you're fine. So the question is a leading question that put the burden of elitism on Black women. And I've watched this already. And Ralph Richard Banks is a very skilled attorney, and he's not going to answer that question.
I hope he wouldn't.
Yeah, he's not going to answer that question. In fact, he's going to reframe the question and put the onus back on Black men. And I thought this was beautifully done. Can you ask if she has a channel? Oh, the chat is asking if you have a channel.
I don't have a YouTube channel yet. And also, let me give an explanation of the name. The Extra Crispy, Extra Wet thing is because I'm from Atlanta. My name is Kirby, by the way. I never did tell you my name the last time I was up. But I do have a podcast. So if y'all want to find me, you can go on Instagram, at Extra Crispy, Extra Wet. We do stuff weekly. Sorry, not trying to promote on your platform, but I was just giving an explanation. I don't want to be disrespectful. But yes, Kirby, I'm from Atlanta. Yeah. And the Extra Crispy, Extra Wet thing is because that's how I like my wings. Extra crispy and extra wet.
Not from. Do you like sweet and sour?
Sweet and sour is one of my favorite combinations of flavors, like, in the world. So, I love North Carolina barbecue sauce. Those go really well on wings as long as they're, made crispy. And I make my own little combinations. I've actually made a strawberry lemon pepper wing before. If you ever come to Atlanta, I'll make it for you.
Do you lemon pepper? Do you like the dust or liquid, dry or wet?
It depends. So if you're from Atlanta, everybody got a different wing spot that they love. Some people make the dry better than the wet, and some people make the wet better than the dry. It depends on what your favorite wing spot is. Me personally, As the last couple of years, I'm a JR Crickets fan, which is like OG Atlanta. I also like strangely enough Wingstop, but it's because they got this ranch. It's the best ranch I've ever had. It's like a house ranch that you get at those fancy restaurants. I love it. But JR Crickets for my blue cheese and JR Crickets specifically for my wings. Now, to answer your question, I prefer dry.
Yeah, me too. I prefer dry, just generally.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
No, it's fine.
We're gonna move on. So Ralph Richard Banks is going to reject the premise. I saw you, Kyra, in the background. I'll add her in a moment. So let me do this.
Seems like a very heavy question there, but is that essentially what it is? Do we not measure up to the quality of Black women right now?
That's really a great way to put it. And I will admit that I usually think about it from the other perspective, which is that is it fair to ask Black women to sacrifice their own happiness on the altar, as it were, of Black men's struggles?
You see how when you reframe a question, it becomes a lot less. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry, I had to.
And
what? Okay,
I think not.
What is that?
I think not.
Okay, what's that sacrifice necessarily when we're talking about? And I asked you this question yesterday. Is it always marrying down if the person you're marrying doesn't make as much money or have the same level of education? Could be a good guy.
I hate this question. The reason I hate the question is, again, you're trying to make Black women or this man seem like they're elitists, right? It is marrying down. Like, let's all be very clear about this, right? Up means more money in terms of economically. Down mean less money. So if you are marrying someone who makes less money than you are, as crass as it sounds, you are marrying down economically. If you are marrying someone with less education than you are marrying down academically. Like, it is what it is. Like, it's very simple. You asking the question just makes people look terrible when they say it out loud, right? Like, it sounds bad when you're saying women are marrying down. No. It's not that they're marrying down, period. Like, they're not marrying down morally. They're not marrying down spiritually, unless those things are true. They're marrying down academically. They're marrying down economically. That's what it means. Like, it's very clear and straightforward, but you asking that blanket statement means you're hurt, that you are getting dragged, and it's fine. You're going to continue to get dragged because you're talking to an attorney that is very learned, and he's not going to answer your questions directly, and period.
Yeah, he could be a good guy, and lots of relationships work across classes. That's true. But it's also the case that for everyone, not simply for the women, but for the men as well, having a spouse who is matched to you educationally in terms of your outlook, your aspirations, your experiences, that's a positive thing. So it's actually not a great thing for the wife or the husband if they're in a mismatched relationship.
All right, and we know a lot of conversations were started yesterday because of this topic, and I had one of these conversations at my house with Mrs. Holmes, and one of these things that keeps coming up is how do you, and the word I think my wife used was reprogram, if you will, Black women, because you're suggesting they need to be open to dating outside of their race. But, you know, a lot of Black women just like brothers. They like the Black man.
Right.
So if you're just not attracted naturally, why have them give up on finding a Black man?
Right, that's a great question. And the issue, the way I think of that is that women have been asked to carry a great load. Black women shoulder a lot of the burden, in short, of Black men's struggles. And I am asking women to put the burden down. Many women think that they're attracted to Black men. They are attracted to Black men, but attraction itself is complicated. And one of the things that I discovered in the course of writing this book is that there's a whole host of fears and desires and anxieties that animate Black women's attraction to Black men.
Okay, and on that though, I got another question from a viewer, Judy, sent in and said, well, it sounds like you're saying, why should Black women give up the good fight? You know, you're not telling them to take on a project of fixing a man necessarily, but why just give up on Black men?
Right, that is another great question. I actually am asking Black women to give up the good fight because
Give
the
up the
fight
good
hasn't
fight?
been successful. The fight has not been successful. This is what a friend of mine, Carolyn Edgar, calls a Negro Improvement Project, which is what a lot of Black women undertake, and often the results are not so great. So the strategy has been counterproductive. It doesn't help African Americans for us to have Black men and Black women locked in bad relationships and raising children in households where the parents quarrel and ultimately divorce.
Well,
That's
look,
not a win for anyone.
it is long.
Not give up the good fight and the Negro Improvement Project. All right. Carl, there is a link. Wait, is Carl Chaotic Truth? All right, Chaotic Truth is here, but Carl, you are getting called out, so you can definitely come on. Click the link and come on. All these convos are dumb to me because in reality, we are all getting effed by the hyper-capitalist country that demands the average citizen works nonstop, and millennials are effed by loans. So nothing you say is incorrect, but the way you said it have me believe that you are implying something that I disagree with. So I would love for you to come up and talk more about this so I can see if I fully agree with you or I have disagreements. I mean, I don't think the conversation is dumb. That part I vehemently disagree with. A lot of women are gonna marry down. This is the 21st century. We are working. We are getting effed. LOL. I mean, a lot of women are dating down. I mean, unfortunately, it sounds like you're comfortable with that reality instead of like making sure that they don't have to date down, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm calling you out. Do not block him though. You guys can time him out, but do not block him. I would definitely love for him to come up. I look toed up, right? Oh, you don't have to get on camera. You can come on and turn off your camera and only use your mic. We all look toed up. I look like I'm yellow. I don't know what's up with my hair. We all look toured up. I don't know. I can't speak. Come up though. Ding, ding, ding. 3 minutes. All right. Chaotic Truth.
Don't let him on here. He is so problematic. I was just on a debate with him on Taz's live, and he just disrespected Black women. So I'm gonna probably back out because no.
Well, you won't have to debate him. I will be talking to him, but I don't watch. I didn't see him on Taz's channel, so I can't speak from that experience. But I would like to hear what his response to this is. And Kara, you won't have to debate him. I promise you. Actually, you will not have to debate him. Something about Tim is saying we all look total.
I mean, listen, we do. I got my hair wrap on. I'm just sitting in my house sipping wine. You ain't got to be cute to get on here.
All right. Chaotic Truth. The last time you were here, you caused a lot of mess. So, what say you now?
So your title is marriage for white people, and I totally say that marriage is for all people.
Well, that's not a question though. It is the title of the book that we're reading.
It's the title of the book that you're reading.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm unaware of the book, but yeah. So maybe I thought it was a topic of discussion. I just saw the live stream. Maybe this is not the right time for me to be up here, but
primary sources.
Yeah, I will read. I will look at the book. Who's the author, by the way? I'm sorry about that.
Ralph Richard Banks. So that's who we were listening to just now.
Okay. Okay. I apologize. No, so when is the next time you will be talking about the book? So next time I can come prepared.
I don't know, but you can definitely come back whenever you read it and we can discuss it.
Sorry about that. And thank you very much. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Why is no one ready?
Oh my God. Why is no one ready? Where did I hear? Where did I hear this? Oh, Devil Wear Prada. The Devil Wear
Bing.
Prada. Love it. Go ahead, Kara.
So, my thing is, sorry, he just disrupted my whole vibe here. So my thing is, right, what he was saying about women sacrificing. Why we gotta sacrifice more? We've already been sacrificing since the time we was brought over here, and even before that. And my thing is, I've been married to my husband for 3 years, and we've been together for 5. I sacrificed a lot for his career, but my thing is, that was my choice. He didn't make me. He didn't say I have to do this, I have to do that. I already know if I sacrifice this experience, it's gonna put me better, so I can put myself where I need to be. And not all women see that as okay, but that's how I roll. It's not made for everybody.
Yeah. Why he talking with a 1950? I'm done with you. I am done with you. The Harmony Pill says, I don't know what you, Carl says, I don't know what you mean, LOL. I don't disagree with what you guys are saying. What I'm adding to the discussion is that women can date up, date down, etc. I mean, yeah, again, Carl, you do not,
Robert.
Robert, you do not get to talk in the chat, unfortunately, if I call you up. And part of why I did this is I want differing opinions, and you said you are not really dissenting, really, but I do want more people, men particularly, to come up. And if you're not going to come up and talk, then I don't want you in the chat because it's going to be way too antagonistic, and I need to know what you mean. Like, I want you to come up, and I want men to be able to talk, and we can disagree live, so people don't say that I am disparaging Black men. Is it Kiera?
Yeah. You've talked to my husband before.
Oh, how did that go? Hopefully it went well.
I mean, obviously, I didn't agree about some things, but you got to understand like where he was coming from and where I was coming from. In an instance, what debate was it? I think it was. I'm gonna have to see. It was a debate that you had teams for, and I was on one team, but it was kind of discombobulated, so we didn't get the full debate.
Gotcha. All right, cool. I mean, I love to hear it. Concerned. Wait, were you done, Kiera, for now?
For now, I'm letting everybody talk.
Concerned.
My only note is that, like, where's the reciprocity? I mean, okay, it only makes sense to sacrifice if we're sacrificing together for a common goal that we are both invested in. It just gives me pause at the idea that you would expect me to sacrifice when I look around and these guys ain't sacrificing nothing. They want to have harems. They want to be able to get they want to go 50-50, and a lot of times they want to eat off your plate. They want you to have their kids but not ask for child support, but also have a room in your house. I've seen some crazy stuff. So for me, it's a question of what first of all, I don't have a goal to sacrifice for. That is not motivating. Additionally, I don't have a partner to sacrifice with. We aren't talking about something we are working on together. And so that's the part that gives me pause whenever men, ask for a sacrifice or ask for me to to be in a team mentality. What is the team's goal, and are we working together? Because if you're quarterback and I'm running back, whatever, I don't watch sports, but we both have jobs to do.
Yeah.
You're talking about the real pandemic, which is the pandemic of homosexuals, the ones that like to go snuggle up under a woman, make her feel good, possibly give her some good D, and then sleep on her couch, drive her car, and then it becomes the car, and then it becomes our car. Is very much giving baby boy Jody Yvonne energy. Or Yvette, whatever her name was.
Can I speak on this?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
My husband, our first year was fucking hell, because literally we was going through that same thing. Our relationship when we was just dating was perfect. The communication was there. And then once he left to like the military, I told him like, Don't let these, these other military men get in your head that it's all the wife's fault and why they got divorced. But he did anyway, because that's how a man is. That man is going to listen to another man. And when he came back and we got married, after he came back from basic training and stuff, we was having issues with communication, right? And my head, like, when we was dating, we already knew we was going to get married to each other. That was without a doubt. But the thing was, I was already thinking, shit, even though we're not married legally, we married now. That's how we was working and being with each other. So everything that I earned and got after he left, that wasn't mine. That's ours. So when I had to like give up those things when I moved to a different state for him, everything that he got before I came was his. So when we went to counseling stuff, I was like, this not that. Because if I were to divorce you, and since we have a child now, all the stuff that you got on your own will be mine. And
Can
he
I ask
didn't
a
realize
question?
that. Yes,
He
ma'am.
said wait.
I'm sorry.
He said he didn't realize that.
He didn't realize.
He did not realize that getting married meant like it's ours now without a prenup.
Especially in California, because that's not a community property state.
I can. Go ahead, ask your question.
Like,
Or it
and
is a
the
community
thing
property
is, and the
state.
thing is, like, my husband is not like that no more, because I had to tell him, like, hey, listen, it might be in your name, but this is mine too. Because everything that I had to give up and that I worked for and gave up for you, so everything that you got is mine.
The fact that y'all are at the place where you were having, I'm glad he's no longer like that. That is good.
Yes.
Go ask your question, extra crispy, and then wait, before you go, all of y'all work at the same Amazon warehouse or something. Mighty late to have to go to work
Accurate.
at the same time at this.
Accurate.
No, every time I call someone out, they have to go to work, girl. Go ahead.
So, is it Kiara or Kiara? Because I want to say your name right.
Kiara.
Kiara? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you all entered into this relationship, what were the discussions around the business of your relationship before you got married, if you don't mind sharing?
Yeah,
So,
and by the way, you don't have to,
And you
because I
don't
know
have
your,
to, obviously.
your husband watches this, and I don't want. I'm not in the business of ruining marriages.
Oh no,
not at all. Just like general like.
So in
tidbits.
general, like the business aspect of everything was, because at the time I wasn't pregnant. So when we first got together, it was like, it wasn't like a normal relationship that me and him had before. So we got together when I was 17 years old. So we young. So I'm 21 right now, and he's currently 23. So we're young. But our business aspect was, since I wasn't pregnant at the time, I was like, you're going, you about to join, because at the time of his life he was doing other stuff, but he was like ready to stop doing that because it wasn't for him. And he was like, I'm finna join the military and you're gonna go to college. And I was already making my move to go to a private college. So for business administration. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna do these 4 years. I'm gonna do these 4 years, and when we're ready, we're gonna get married. But we already knew we was gonna get married. So when I got pregnant my senior year of high school, I'm like, shit, you feel me? He's about to leave my second semester of high school. What we're gonna do? So he was like, well, we can get married when I come back from basic training. Sorry, that's my daughter.
Yeah, she sounds precious.
So basically we were supposed to get married when he came back. So I got pregnant, had her in June. He came back in October. Well, he came back in June to sign a birth certificate and then had to leave right out. So when he came back in October, like literally we half-assed our wedding, but we knew we wanted to get married on the day we got together. So we got married. The person that married us was basically like, I need to meet y'all before I marry y'all, because she was a family friend of my grandparents. So
very important.
We talked literally the day before we got married, and she realized like we wasn't getting married just because I got pregnant. We wasn't getting married because I saw a green light, like he could save a hoe, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead, Thamus.
Sorry. Yeah, I want to get back on track a little bit.
Sorry. Only reason I was asking that question is I'm 34. The way that you are in relation to people in certain ages and stages of your life are different.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, things go ahead. It's your show.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to over interrupt.
Millie.
Oh my God! Hi, Phoebus.
Hey,
Hi,
I was
everyone.
How are you?
I'm so good. I absolutely love your channel.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was hoping you were someone who had smoke from me, but is it smoke from me? I don't even know the phrase. But yeah, go ahead.
I don't know
I know.
smoke. I just wanted to add that, well, I just want to preface it by saying I'm not married. I'm in a new relationship, but I was in a long-term relationship. And when I look back at it, I mean, this person could be categorized as a quote unquote dusty. And so I guess for me, marriage is really beneficial to men. Women do get some benefits from it, especially when you have children. But a lot of the caretaking is done by the woman, so there's still, that burden heavily on the woman. So I think that marriage is definitely something that we should aspire to as Black people, and I would love to see Black people in marriage. But growing up, there's always been this sentiment like, I'm not going to mess with these N-words anymore. And I think just to harken back to the reciprocity, from my observations, I really don't see a lot of reciprocity. And I look at the women in my family, and they've always been the leaders. They've always been the financial leaders. And it really does hold women back to be in a relationship with these men that don't hold their weight. And I do think that women should be with men on the same educational level, spiritual level, etc. You should be aligned and you should be matched. And I think we do ourselves a disservice by just being, by seeking companionship with someone just because they're Black. Because ultimately, I don't think it benefits us to just be in partnership with Black men, given the numbers, given just culturally what's sort of happening. And yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. I think you would, Ralph Richard Banks would be like completely agreeing with you. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night. I'm glad you came up, by the way.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So we're going to watch a little bit more I see there's a ton more people. Hey, Amara, Alpha Coach. Amara.
Sorry. Hi. My mom just called right when you said hey. So what? How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Good.
I'm going to play some more of this video and then we can get into it. Again, this is a broad topic, right? And I want, if you disagree with me, please feel free to come on, because I am actually in the mood now tonight for to be dragged. So you guys can come on and disagree. When you marry down, especially down in income significantly, you will end up doing double labor in and out of the home. Thank you. I mean, we can talk about this marrying down, because I do think a lot of people, if you're a feminist, just say that as a man, and I will welcome you with open arms. Just say that. But you can't be arguing that feminism is bad and blah, 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 and then talk about like women should be able to take care of men. Like, no, absolutely not. Like, unless you're going to come over into my world and say we're feminists together, I'm going to have a problem with that. Like, I'm just going to. Oh, Chase, I think Chase might have some quote unquote smoke for me. Chase, go ahead.
Oh, Well, I don't necessarily have smoke for you because I don't necessarily know you.
Oh, go ahead.
But this is my question I have about the. Wait, I am echoing really bad right now. Let me turn my phone off.
We're hearing you well.
I have my Bluetooth on.
You're fine though. We're hearing you well.
This is my question about this. Wait, this is my question about this though. And a lot of people are leaning towards more of the Kevin Samuel side because I feel like my day-to-day life interactions as a black man who is of average income and average money and average income does
Wait, but to be clear, when you say average, you know that it's like $45,000, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. And this is my thing about this though. About this idea of black men not being this, black men not doing this, black men this, black men that though. Rent has gone up. Wages are low. Pay is non-existent. You know what I mean? Pay is non-existent right now. You know what I'm saying? What kills me about these conversations is the amount of classism involved. And I feel like black men get the flag for a situation that we collectively were just going through and did not create. And let's face it, most black women, a small percentage of them are making the money and making bank like that.
Yeah.
Well, basically, for the most part, from a financial perspective, even when we're college educated, like I want to, and I'm sorry, I'm going to get it more on the side of Kevin Samuel. What? In my home state, of Kentucky, 15 to 16, maybe $17 an hour with a bachelor's degree.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I know plenty of white women out there with master's degrees making 16, $17 an hour. All the women that I know who are making any kind of money to put a down payment on the house have multi-generational wealth. You ain't getting that coming from the projects.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is that I feel like, and this is what's so polarizing about this conversation and pushes so many men farther to the right because the fact that we ain't trying, we're all in the situation we didn't ask to be in. So why do we, like, this is the example I give. Y'all remember the show Everybody Hates Chris from the 2000s?
Yep.
Y'all remember that?
Uh-huh.
This is a man in Bed-Stuy, New York, who worked 2 jobs and was able to support a family without a college education.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And his wife was bougie as hell and bragged about it.
Yeah.
But the money is nowhere near that. But black men collectively as a group are getting the flack for that.
All right.
You know what I mean? But also, I'm going to be honest about something. I have been around many feminist circles. I've seen the rampant classism that is on for Harriet and her profile when over the time, for views, she has gone down the path of the same classist rhetoric against black men. And she's gone down that path for views. And I've seen many notable feminists and activists do this. And literally push black men into the conversation.
Chase.
Yes.
All right. So your question to me is what?
Well, it's more of a statement though. But my thing about this though is that this is my question about this though. My general question is when it comes to issues of marriage and partnerships and all that, when are we collectively going to sit down and not go the conservative route of people ain't shit and talk about wealth, money, resources, and wealth inequality collectively as a people?
So you're saying wait. So you're saying when are we going to come together and talk about actual inequality?
No, but I feel like with so much of this conversation, the conversation is date a white man, escape poverty, everything.
No, that's not the conversation though. The conversation is within our community, there are some people, black men in this case statistically, who are not doing well economically and academically. And people generally have stronger marriages and relationships when they marry people who are of the same socioeconomic standing and or academic background. The research on that is clear. However, it does not mean because you are not doing as well as a female or male that the relationship is going to be bad. However, what it means is that there is a ton of work to be done in that relationship to maintain it because of the different levels of education, experience, and ability to spend, right? And so the question then becomes, if Black women are going to, quote, sacrifice having the easiest kind of relationship, which is a relationship with someone who is they're equal intellectually and economically, right? If they're going to sacrifice that to be with someone who does not have their education and income, is it also fair for those same men to be online disparaging those women for their achievements?
I want to say it like this, though. When you say financially and intellectually, in many cases, that can be relative to where you stand. Especially when you tell the term intellectually, that can be relative to where you stand.
I need you to answer that question for me. Do you see you see how that is a problem?
I'm going to be honest about something. I mean,
are you going to answer that question, though?
I mean, repeat the question to me again. Wait, repeat the question to me again.
So we know statistically, based on all the research, that if you date someone, it is more likely to work out if you're intellectually equals, that is, same educational background, and or if you have the same socioeconomic standing. That much is true. If Black women are going to date down, and it is dating down academically and economically, right? Is it worth it for them to be doing that when there are large groups of people disparaging them? And I mean, in your case, you said you lean to Kevin Samuels, disparaging them for these achievements. It doesn't
I'm
make
going to be honest about something. I lean not completely and totally sync with the man. Know what I mean? And the same way I lean before Harry and lean over the
Can you answer that question, though? Do you see how it seems counterintuitive for a woman to even consider dating, quote unquote, down in this way if there's this kind of disparaging rhetoric going on?
Basically, dating down, dating a dusty, and basically
I'm not calling men dusties or anything like that. I'm saying I'm actually, it might sound horrible saying dating down, and I'm specifically doing that because I think we need to get over that. Because if someone is dating you who has a higher degree than you, that is, I mean, if you might be actually morally superior and she might be dating up morally, but she's dating down academically. If she's making more than you, she's dating down economically. So it's just is what it is. But you understand why that would be a problem for women who have been doing well educationally in America, for them to turn around and hear that their degrees do not matter and being dragged. You understand how that could be a problem?
Yes, I understand that. Then I come from a family of very educated women. I'm never going to sit there and embarrass my sister, my family's educational status. Yeah. And I'm going to be honest about something, though. I mean, when it comes to that topic as a whole, and I want to be honest, I want to about Kevin Samuels when he says this, though. Y'all only hate on me for saying this, though. He talks about the men of a specific income limit of making 6 figures or more. That's what means. That's not most men.
Like, all right, K. Miriam, thank you. I don't care anymore. Call me classes. I've been bust from poverty. Yeah. The Harmony Pill, thank you again, says getting tired of y'all broken. I can't. I'm not doing that with you. Kevin Samuels is talking about high value men. Yeah, which he describes as men who make over 6 figures for 5 years. So Kevin Samuels is talking about a group that he's not a part of. I mean, it's just that simple. Like he's talking about a group that he's not a part of.
Well, I want to leave the semantics. I don't worship the man like that, though. But I should focus on what he has to say. Like I said, I'm not taking in its gospel truth. I have a mind of my own. They could have my own conclusions about this.
You're the one who brought up Kevin Samuels. Wait. I never brought up. Wait. I never brought up Kevin Samuels. You did. But I'm telling you that we can disregard Kevin Samuels completely, and I agree with you because Kevin Samuels is talking about something that he knows nothing about. He's not a part of whatever. By his own definition, he's not a part of high value men, at least not for the next 5 years, right? So we know that. So we can disregard Kevin Samuels completely. Go ahead.
Well, this is my thing about that, though. I mean, and this is what's so tricky about that conversation, though. I mean, when you say intellectual and educational equivalent, when so many women that I know, and I'm not bashing education, I think it's important, I think it's critical. Know what I'm saying? Do I think it's a silver bullet? No, I do not. Know what I mean? But I feel like the conversation is kind of disingenuous.
Stop. Well, you say, do I think it's a silver bullet? Sure, it's not a general silver bullet, but the question is for what? So education is not useful in what context?
When they say it, I can understand for generally for most men, the amount of money that she makes, and when it comes to mate selection. I understand that from perspective of certain men, but the perspective of certain men.
Wait. Let's not going general. Let's stay specific. So, you think when it comes to a woman, their amount of money they make doesn't matter?
Oh no, it definitely matters. But I mean, someone of average level of income, it definitely matters.
All right, so it does matter. Their income does matter.
Yeah. Income is basically, when you have two people in the house with similar income status, yes, it does.
All right, so that's a point from the manosphere that we can just completely disregard because it's completely useless.
Yeah.
All right, what else? The education does matter then.
Education and job attainment.
Does matter.
Yeah.
All right, so what? I don't understand what you disagree with now.
I mean, mainly I came in to make a point about that, about something in the way these conversations I feel like they're going. It's like for the most part, I feel like these conversations end up turning into basically date outside, white men are the magical cure, date outside, white men. I'm not saying you in particular.
Stop.
I'm not saying you in particular.
I'm glad you came on. I want to thank you for framing the conversation so we don't go overboard and say white men are the magical solution, because I'm the first one to tell you that that is absolutely not true. So period. Thank you for coming on and framing it for us. Now that you have framed it and we all agree that you can't just jump out there, grab a white man and solve your problem. So period. We got that. Now we can talk about do you think it is okay for women to date are you sober? Someone said to ask if you were sober.
Yes, I don't really see why that matters, but okay. I have a speech impediment.
I think, I just wanted to make sure so we are not like whatever. All right. So now we have this. Do you understand why it is important for Black women to open up their options in terms of dating?
Oh yeah, I definitely understand that. You know what I mean? I definitely understand that though. If you're in a situation, I mean, I think it's relative to anyone depending on your situation. You know what I mean? Man or woman. But this is what I think about it. But let's talk about this though. And this is another way you have to frame it though. And this is another way you have to frame this because there's so many layers to this conversation.
All right.
Right?
I mean, we're in agreement. We're killing it together right now. We're like in formation right now, Beyonce style. Continue.
Yeah. And there's so many things about this conversation. And this is what I always bring up to so many women. It's the expectation of Black masculinity within our community and the freedoms that we allow other races of men to have that I as Black men cannot have without having some form of penalty for it. I cannot be free, corny.
Who is preventing you from that freedom?
No, I'm not saying no one's preventing me from a freedom to have that. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like it kind of works both ways. Is that Black men and Black men and Black women both kind of do this when it comes to dating outside of our race. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think.
Let me explain.
All right. So you want to date out of your race?
Well, no, you guys are actually completely taking them out of context.
All right, explain. My bad. Keep going. You're killing it. I appreciate it. You're killing it. Go ahead.
Though, is this though? Is that, let's say me, for example, I don't like Black women who are kind of loud, kind of ratchet, kind of certain way. However you may define it. Wait, let me define that.
No. See, I mean, this is kind of joking, but not really. But like, I feel like the perfect match for you would be someone loud.
Well, I don't know about that. No,
right, go ahead.
Let's say of a certain idea. I don't like that in white women or Asian women or any other kind of woman out there. Do you know what I'm saying?
Period.
I'm not going to make a double standard. I'm going to be
Are
consistent
you
with what I want.
Christian? Are you Christian?
No, I'm actually atheist.
Oh, all right. Period. Continue.
All right. And my thing at that is be consistent. This is my thing about this, though.
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
What's up?
Go ahead. Because you said be consistent, and I feel like consistency would require you to want someone that's loud, but ignore me. Continue. You're killing it, and I'm the worst, but continue.
Yeah, but this is my thing about that, though. Within the confines of the culture that we live in, this is basically based off my anecdotal experience. And I know this is changing with the younger generations, but I feel like partially because the images we've been fed about on television about black masculinity and what is okay and what is acceptable, that black men aren't necessarily given much of an option to be anything outside of that.
No, but you keep saying given. Who should give you that? Isn't that something you can take? Like, I can be masculine if I want. I really probably can.
And you can do that, though. But it's like this idea that is your people of your group, depending on your environment, going to take you for that, or are they going to other you?
But aren't you supposed to shape your environment? Like, it feels like you're saying the culture rejects men who are quote unquote masculine.
No, not masculine, but people know there are different forms of masculinity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, wait, no. Wait, let's not go into the masculinity then. What are you saying?
No, I think it's important that we do. Because
no. Wait, before you do that then, what are you saying you need permission to do exactly?
Well, it's so complex.
All right.
Because the traits that
when I'm sorry, Chase, I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt, but when y'all have your finished with your dialogue, may I speak?
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone up here will be able to speak. I do apologize. I don't get men up here often, and I'm always very curious about the ways in which men experience the world both sort of emotionally and whether or not that line up with the actual stats that are out there. So I apologize for the women in the chat if you're annoyed at me. I really am sorry, but I do want to hear. His son is giving vibes. He could use all of this energy to beatbox in the studio. Y'all need to. We're not gonna. Chase is being very generous with his time. But continue, Chase, please.
I mean, this is my thing about this, though. Masculinity takes various different forms upon the environment you were raised in and the culture that you have. Like, for example, I live in the Bay Area. You know what I'm saying? What's culturally accepted and synonymous with security in East Oakland is different from what you get in Marin County.
Yeah. And so you feel like the ways in which you have to show up is putting you in a box that is not.
Yes. Which is synonymous with.
We agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think the whole
so many people don't understand the situation is that white guy may have been given the privilege to be able to do that. And the ways that I cannot.
White guys weren't given the privilege to do that. They literally dominated and took the privilege to do that.
Yeah. In the ways that I cannot. You know what I mean? And the environment where a guy like me can be seen as soft. But in this environment, I'm a normal guy.
Okay, but that's the thing, though.
And you don't think that can't translate to the dating world?
Can we do this back and forth? So intraculturally, though, who is making black men have to fit these stereotypes, though?
You remember how to explain it, because I don't want to go into detail, but I'm going to give you a good example. Do you remember the movie Moonlight?
Yeah.
Know what I mean? And this is a great example. I recommend everybody sit down and watch that movie.
Really good movie.
Really good movie. You know what I mean? I think his name was Chiron, and he tried to be a certain way, but it kind of beat it out of him. Or a good example is Tupac, who grew up in Marin City, who was kind of hard in a theater node, but the culture didn't accept him, but he felt like he had to be a certain way to be something, although he really wasn't, and it got him killed later on in life.
Oh, I didn't know he got him killed. I thought he was gay, but continue.
No. You have to understand though, is that in his 20s, I recommend everybody watch that series called Swamp, because in the Moon City, back in the 1980s, when he first showed up, a lot of the culture didn't accept him because of his viewpoint. But he had to prove himself.
Yeah, but all right. So let's reframe and come back a little bit. When it comes
let me go back. Let's take it back.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Wait.
Are we given that opportunity to be accepted and be?
All right, Chase, I put you. You're not being heard. I muted you, and I don't usually mute. I apologize, but I did mute you, so I apologize for that. The question that I have for you actually is, I unmuted you now. The question I have for you is, who is making Black men? Because you talk about the culture rejecting men who do not conform to the standard of masculinity, right? I actually agree with you, and this is something that we can agree with. I mean, I think it's kind of feminist, but you would disagree on that. Who build this culture and who rejects Black men for acting inconsistent with what they perceive masculinity to be?
It's a combination of both men and women. Granted, it's a situation that none of us asked to be in, but we all play our part in maintaining it.
His idea of masculinity is rooted in hip-hop ghetto culture. No, that's the problem. Be yourself, be distinct, sir. I think he is actually pushing back. Thank you, Miriam. I think he's actually pushing back against the narrative that Black men should be a certain way. And I actually agree with him on this. I think the problem we're having, though, is who promotes what. And I think you blaming Black women for...
Well, I don't blame Black women for doing it. But I think at the end of the day, everybody has a certain role in maintaining it. You know what I mean? I don't want to sound cliche, but are you putting yourself in a position to where, listen, the guys who are this way, who have these characteristics, you know what I mean? Who have these characteristics. You know what I mean? This is the guy in the high school and college who gets the women and gets the girls, is beaten out of you, and you're not really forced to do anything else.
Hey, stop. But this is something that I don't understand. Like, even as a fruitcake, I could get girls in high school because I know how to become a leader in high school. I became the president of my student body. I was the biggest nerd, and people still liked me. So, like, this idea that the thug get the woman. No, the thug get a very specific woman and a girl. But this is high school. Like, this is like high school.
And I understand, though, but coming from a perspective I came from, I've seen so many men fall for that. Trying to maintain that, you know what I mean? To maintain this idea and end up basically wasting themselves away, all the opportunities away. And this is a thing that happens.
So this comment is so close to the point, but he misses it each time. And that's the thing. Like I feel like you are so close, and I'm like almost with you, and then you're like, but women, or like
I'm not saying but women only, but I'm not saying that but I don't want to put myself in the position right now and say it's all the men, all our fault, everybody, and the power isn't there with you, because I'll never put anyone in a position, even myself, where you're completely and totally helpless.
Yeah. All right. So you don't need permission to be the kind of man that you want to be, right?
Yeah.
And that's good.
Yeah. And I've always was countercultural. I've always been countercultural to everything. You know what I mean? And I don't ask for anything, but I'm saying that many men are in the positions where they're not.
Right, let me go and read this. If you're blaming women for control of your masculinity as a man, that's your first problem, right?
I didn't say I was blaming women necessarily, but I'm saying everybody has a role to play. Can we collectively turn against it?
All right, Amara. Wait, let's go to Amara, then Africa, and then we go back to Chase, and then we continue asking people. Amara, go ahead.
Just based off of this conversation, that's always what I like to base it off of. He's not playing his role. He's pointing fingers at women for not paying or playing their roles. And it's like, first, take care of your roles. Like, you're the man. You're supposed to be the ones that are fighting. You compared Black men to Black women, and compared Black women to white women, and compared Black women to white men. But you never compared Black men to white men. And that's your issue. You're not comparing yourselves to the right people. You're not supposed to be competing with us, even though we're winning. you're supposed to be competing with white men, so that way we can bask in our feminine. You guys are talking about masculinity and all of that stuff, but these are the societal norms that you guys implemented by being weak, you know? So at the end of the day, there's books, there's other people that you can watch, but you guys choose people like Kevin Samuels to look up to, and then you're mad when you're confused as to how to be a man. It just doesn't make any sense. But when I came in here initially because of the title, and it was if marriage is for white people, and I don't agree that marriage is for white people. I just think marriage is for a certain type of people with common sense, people with intellect, people that actually do deserve to have a union that makes sense and builds generational wealth. But it's just that we don't have a lot of men in our community that actually have the insight and the intellect to guide families.
Yeah, so the title is the name of this book, and that the author would agree with you. That's essentially the conclusion of the book.
Really? I need to read it.
Africa, go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know how many married people you've had on the stage, but
apparently a lot, because I was talking to someone's husband recently. I forgot, but yeah.
But I've been married since September 15th, 2010. It's going to be 12 years this year. And what I can say is that, sometimes just listening and talking to people and their experiences, I think Black women have been set up to believe in a fantasy about certain things and certain requirements that are needed for marriage. And what I can say is that if you're a selfish person, education doesn't matter. If you're selfish, if it's all about you, you shouldn't be married, men or women. If you can't sacrifice, if you don't know what it is to think of the needs of others, sometimes before yourself, then you shouldn't be married. You should just, live your life single and happy and free. But when I speak to a lot of single people without judgment, they are unhappy. They want to be with someone. They want to be in a committed relationship, but they put on the airs that everything is okay because it hurts to be vulnerable. It hurts to be open to someone, and you would put your guard up to not let others. Yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't disagree with you, but I don't know exactly what you're responding to. I apologize.
Well, sorry. So the comment is marriage is for white people.
No. So, it's not that. That is not. So I recognize I do operate like Clubhouse. This is not a prompt. Like the title is not a prompt. It's literally the name of a book that I read.
Okay.
Here it is, like literally right here. Is marriage? Oh, can you? Is marriage for white people? Like it's not an actual thing. It's like the name of a book.
But I want to speak to a point that you said about education, and education does not equate intelligence. I know a lot of education.
No, I didn't. I said marrying down academically.
Yes, but even so, let's break that down. So academically, what does that mean? You were able to get
a form of education.
Yes, like either a bachelor's or a master's or certificate or whatever. But there's a lot of, and I'm in academia. I'm around a lot of educated people who don't have any common sense.
Yeah, no.
Who lack character, who are unkind.
I am not saying you're wrong. I'm saying it is marrying down. If you have 4 degrees and your partner has 2, 3, 0, or 1, you are marrying down.
Educationally. Educationally, yes. So what does that mean?
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, we can add stuff to it and say it doesn't mean anything, but yeah.
I mean, ultimately, it
doesn't mean anything. Like you can literally say that Chase and I were just having the conversation. It literally, like I've known people who are smarter than my colleagues, right? Like I have a friend who is in the military. I mean, he's going back to school now, but he's one of the smartest people that I know, right? So like, but
the reason I bring up that point is because people will use education as a means to feel better than someone.
I mean, no,
When
it's
if
not
you
even
look
about
at
being better than someone. It does in a capitalistic society that prioritizes things like a formal education that literally is just a piece of paper for some. It means a lot. Like for some jobs, you are filtered out of the process. So, I mean, we can talk about what it means generally, and we could debate that. But when I say you're marrying down, I specifically said that without the sort of moral judgment that should come with it, which would require the bigger debate.
but
But
that's what
you
but
are
that's what
marrying
happens.
down. Yeah, but I mean, you guys can feel uncomfortable if you want, and
No,
this
no,
is
I'm
not
not
filthiness.
uncomfortable. I'm not
Yeah.
uncomfortable. I'm just speaking to the fact of how people feel better. They feel like because me getting this education,
No, I mean,
I'm going to.
stop saying you don't feel bad though, because like if we're going back and forth on this, this is not a point to go back and forth on. Like you are marrying down if you have more degrees than the other person. Like there is literally nothing to debate there.
Academically, yes.
Yeah.
Morally, no. From a monetary perspective, maybe
Probably
not.
not.
But
Yeah.
from academic perspective, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, we could. I don't disagree with.
But again, if I'm speaking in the context of how we live everyday lives. It's not that I have education and that is that. It doesn't end there.
Well,
It
does
is
play
I
up to
feel
the
superior
stats.
to
Like,
you, not
no,
just.
we're not
That's not
debating
the
that though.
conversation.
No, it's not. Like we can debate that. Like it's completely fine if you disagree with the implication of marrying down academically. Fine. We are not going to debate that because I just agreed with Chase a moment ago. Like it is fine, but you are marrying down. And people say hearing marrying down is why I'm saying it, because there are people who are triggered by the fact, and it is a reality. It is marrying down. Like it is literally James Baldwin, your hero, is autodidactic. Yeah, he is self-taught. Yeah, fine. Again, I'm not making a moral judgment. I'm literally saying he's marrying down. Like you're marrying down. Like I
I'm
don't
not saying that
understand.
you are making. I'm not saying that you are making a moral judgment, Themis. I'm saying that in our culture, it is a moral judgment. Just like everyone's broke, people are dusty. When most people are living in debt, most people do not have a negative in their account, but we are judging people by the things that we are also doing. So
But it's not
my
just
point
we who are
my point
judging.
is
Wait, it's not just we who are judging. It is you are literally filtered out of certain jobs if you don't have a degree. I am not saying this is a good thing because I would agree. I have met people who went to Harvard to get their PhD who literally I don't know how they got the PhD. Right. So I recognize the importance of actually taking people as individuals, but as a community, and I'm not talking about the Black community, I'm talking about the American community, we do place emphasis on people's ability to provide a piece of paper that they got that said they went through a formal education training. Like we do.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing on that point with you about that. Not at all. I mean, I have my master's, so I'm not. But I'm speaking from a place of someone who has their master's, someone who's made above the average income, someone who's
Can
gone
we
through
stop this
tragedy.
conversation now? I'm sorry. I'm
So yeah,
sorry.
no problem.
Yeah, I mean, we can change it to another, but like, it just feels like we are like, I don't think there is anything to debate here. And it's not that I don't want to hear from you. It's just, I feel like you can take it to the next step now and we can move on from it because it doesn't feel like we're having a genuine conversation if we're going back and forth about something without acknowledging that the dating down part is the problem because there's literally no issue.
So you're saying, I just want to be clear about what you're saying. You're saying that dating someone educational wise down is an issue within the Black community, or is just an issue with Black women? I'm not dating or marrying
All right, so
men.
that is a separate question, and to that I say yes. Black women and Black men, but Black women marrying down academically is of no value to not much value to them and their offspring. In fact, what should be happening is that Black women should be able to get a PhD and look to their side, look beside them and see someone, a man with a PhD for them to marry.
Themis, a quick question. How much do you know, and maybe you can send me the link, because I don't know this off the top of my head, for the percentage of Black women that have a bachelor's and percentage of Black men, percentage of Black women that have a master's, the same with men, and PhD?
Yes, we can talk about this. This book points out in recent years how many people were graduating from law school, which was it was in the thousands for women the year that was pointed out, and then it was in the hundreds for Black men. Again,
so it's just particularly law school. It's not necessarily.
No, it's not law school. This was med school also. Like it's not again, the bibliography of this book is like, I don't know how many pages long, right? And so there's a ton of research that can be done in there. But the fact that you're asking me this implies that you're pushing back against the narrative regarding Black women dating down, which you specifically said that you were not having a problem with. But then
I'm just asking what is the stats on it? I can't push back on anything. I just want to know. I never just make a assumption or believe.
No, I think all right. So what time is it? It is 11 o'clock. So I get to this is the after dog show kind of thing. So
I agree with Homegirl over here because she's making a good point.
I am sure you do. I'm muting you. Sorry.
Themis, you know I love you.
I love you. I actually really love you too, and I hope you know that. But I am sure he would agree with you, and the fact that he agrees with you should imply something.
But Themis, you know that we're nerds. We like to look at research and things like that. I like to look at the numbers.
So in one corner we have Africa Pop and Chase, and and I'm assuming Orange Pill is going to be in that corner. I'm sorry, I'm just calling out Orange Pill because he looked bored. So Africa Pop, because Chase just said he agreed with you, I'm gonna just say period and say you both won this round, and y'all got. Period. Chase, what do you agree with? Help.
I'm gonna be honest about I don't know your name, lady over there. I'm sorry, I can't get into everybody's name.
Africa. Yeah. Period.
My thing about that though is that this idea of you're a superwoman and you're so amazing and it's so great and we're gonna pull ourselves out of poverty with a silver bullet. You know what I mean? And so much so that Black men are completely unnecessary in the conversation. It's really over dramatic. You know what I mean? And the whole idea of dating, and like a sister go over there said, what are the numbers of people who actually have a PhD? How many people are doing this? I mean, I would love to see. I mean, come on. If this is the case, we all should be out of poverty by now.
Whatever the numbers are, Black women are doing it more than Black men. Understand that.
Yeah, but maybe it's true though.
Amara,
I'm gonna be honest about something.
We're not gonna shout. I'm not gonna shout over you. I like you on here because I think we were having a respectful conversation, but I'm not going to be shouting over you. I don't have the voice for that. I'm sorry. I'm a fruitcake, like we all say, and I can't be shouting. I just really can't.
Okay.
So when we think about Black women, and even if we're saying Black women are getting degree, your assertion was that if this were true, then we should be out of poverty already.
This is my thing about that. Psychology, communications.
You recognize
social work. Social work. I'm not bashing
I'm not going to ask you again, Chase. I'm literally not going to ask you again. While I do like the conversation, we can move on from it because we can have different debates happening. But I do appreciate this debate that we're having. So unless you're unable or unwilling to not speak over me,
sorry about that. Keep speaking.
Yeah. So you recognize the burden of lifting up the Black community you just placed on Black women.
No, I didn't.
All right. So even if you didn't, let's just say, ask the question, who should be uplifting the Black community?
I'm going to be honest about something though. I
Go
am
ahead.
not going to blame black people for a situation that we didn't ask to be in. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so this is a systemic argument, and I'm here
Yeah,
for it, right? All
yeah.
right.
So I
So
mean,
then,
I'm not a black conservative. I know y'all gonna paint me as a black conservative because I'm the
no,
boogeyman
I
in this
mean,
conversation.
you're not. You can, I don't think you're a black conservative if you're saying the system it put black men where they are. Like, I don't.
Yeah, and women, but also at the same time, though. I mean, I think there was something to say for us to be pitted against each other,
All
and
right.
like Jesus, and I'm
Let's
thinking,
do the system. Let's do the system for a moment.
well, my thing about, and let me finish what I'm saying though. And my
All right,
thing
go ahead.
about that though is that, because let me finish. My thing about that though is that okay, I live in Silicon Valley. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? The big money maker here was STEM. Know what I mean? that's the money maker. That's a STEM and also trades. Know what I
Why
mean?
didn't
I know
you? Why
guys who
didn't
make
you?
trades, you make the trades.
Why didn't you go in STEM then? Why didn't you go in STEM and the trades?
Oh, first and foremost, I want to also ask about something, and this is a systemic issue with that as well. And I'm trying to address that on my personal level.
Wait, stop. I need direct answers now. Were you talking about black women choosing not to go into those fields?
No, I'm saying the money maker and the big driver behind most money is those.
All right,
You know what I mean?
agree.
You know what I mean?
I
And I'm
agree.
using
Why
myself
didn't
to
you?
I live in Silicon Valley, and I'm going to be honest about something. And it goes on what, and this is a part of the activism that I want to face so as well.
Okay, wait,
I
no.
understand why
Stop.
most black men are not going.
Oh my God, I muted you. You're talking, but no one is hearing you. Like no one is hearing you. I can't, and I understand the need to do this, y'all. Hey, he's not a black conservative. The harmony pill. Please don't. Wait, was the pink pill here? I think I saw the pink pill somewhere. Pink pill, welcome. I'll open up for you, but all right. I'm trying to understand. So you know the money makers, but you decided not to go into the money makers.
What kills me is how you frame this conversation for your target audience. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And we talk about systemic issues, but let me finish though. We talk about systemic issues.
No, I'm not letting you finish because I now need to know what am I framing?
Know what I mean? But fact is, you turn around and you made this for you didn't go in the STEM, so therefore you must be an issue, and you're blaming black women for it. I never said that. You know what I mean? And I feel like you're pulling this conversation with that. I'm saying the multiple layers of why people aren't doing it.
All right, so you are obviously a smart man. So
So don't frame this as a conversation that I am blaming black women for that. I know there are multiple systemic issues, and I'm calling myself trying to get involved and trying to address those.
All right,
know what
so
I
you
mean?
think
On a
it's
personal
unfair.
level.
Wait.
So
All right, I'm done. We're done. The conversation is over. I'm sorry.
It's the loud and ghetto-ness for me. I don't like loud
can't
and
do
ghetto.
this. I cannot do this. If you're not going to answer any question, and if you're just going to filibuster, like it's just not possible to have a conversation with you at all. Because you posited something that would have been clever for me to do. The problem is I wasn't doing any of that. I'm literally asking you what and why, rather. Why did you not go into STEM if you know that's where the money is?
Currently, I am going in that field though, and currently I found some barriers with my own personal life that I want to get into though, because it's not an issue about my personal life. You know what I mean? About my personal life. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying though is that generally speaking, though, I can understand many of the issues.
All right, you're not going to answer because it's your personal life. I completely get it, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't do that which would have been good for the community, right? So it's kind of hard for me to hear you speak then without first taking accountability and blaming yourself for not doing that which would have been good for the community. That's on you. And you should be taking responsibility for not doing enough, in my mind, in terms of what you said would have. How Esteem is understanding him. I'm understanding him because I'm trying to understand him. And I think that it's important. But I think it feels like you're not taking accountability. And that's my problem.
It's like when you don't have a hit, cut or whatever as much as you want. Now, I'm not saying I'm not I never said I didn't take accountability. I'm also not going around scapegoating black women for it either. And that's what I'm saying though is this though, is that I'm not bashing people for getting an education. But what I want to say though is that at the end of the day, no shade to anyone who's got it. I'm proud of you though. But let's be honest about something though.
Are you proud of
It kind of
them?
goes back to what I said though in the beginning though. It's not the silver bullet. Let's talk about the real reason. I know the list. Can we make this? Please make this. Go back to my original statement.
Though you keep saying the education is not the silver bullet, and it would be the silver bullet if a job requires an education and the woman have the education, right? So it would be a silver bullet there. So when you say it's not the silver bullet, what exactly are you talking about? It's not the silver bullet to kill what werewolf? What is the werewolf that we're talking about?
Poverty. I mean, I'm going to be honest about it. You get a degree in like most women in psychology and communications. Entry-level jobs making 15, 16 bucks an hour. I'm not saying that's okay. I don't think people should be drastically underpaid like that. Especially when you've been 4 years of school and you racked up debt. That's not fair. You know what I mean?
Is the silver bullet? So they're not getting paid fairly. That sounds like you're on the side of the woman. I am too. What is the silver bullet? Why is it not a silver bullet? They got the job.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest about something. Is it when you accumulate or when the debt's considered and everything's piled up on you, it kind of negates it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that just to go around and stay the place.
I don't know what you're saying. My question to you is very specifically, when you say education is not the silver bullet, can everyone mute themselves because I'm hearing feedback? When you say education is not the silver bullet, I need to know what you're talking about. So it's not the silver bullet for what? To improve the community, for a family, to be in a relationship with you. It's not important to you. Like, what do you mean when you say it's not the silver bullet?
This is my question about that. When I say the silver bullet, though, this is what I'm saying. Given the way things are right now, it's not the silver bullet to pull yourself out of poverty. You know what I mean? Especially if it's non-stimulated, because that's what related.
Perfection. So you are saying education is not the silver bullet to pull you out of poverty. Every single research would disagree with you. Go ahead, respond to that.
I'm gonna be honest. God, I hate being cut off repeatedly throughout this conversation. I
just cut you off again. The reason I'm doing it is because you are not answering the questions directly, and I don't know if you're intentionally or unintentionally doing that. Go ahead.
Okay. This is my thing about this, though, is that I'm not bashing it, though. But at the same time, though, I'm going to be honest about something. To sit there and say that black men are dating down and the vast majority of black men are beneath you.
Black women are dating down.
And what? And it's a condemnation that we are beneath you, and we can't have a community where we're looking down on each other constantly. You know what I mean? And we're constantly shitting on each other.
I don't think black women should be looking down on black men. I think black men should be getting the same level of education and economic level as black women. I don't think it is a matter. Part of what is happening, in my opinion, is that black men's ego, not black men's ego, this is wrong. There are certain men who come up on the channel and say things like, your education is not the silver bullet, which indicates to me that you are hurt in some ways by the fact that these women have degrees, and I don't know why that is. Like, you can find a nice girl. You can find a nice girl with a degree. I mean, there's some of them.
Of course. I'm not looking down. I'm not showing shade at you. Why would I do that? You know what I'm saying? But this is my thing about that, though, is that one of the things I want to ask, this is a personal mission of my life, is that knowing what happened with me and taking those lessons, how do we find ways to do things like extend on education? You know what I mean? Opening up avenues for that. You know what I mean? Finding ways that most people are not dropping in. My sister.
No, oh my God. All right. Yeah, no, this is done. I'm sorry. No. Sorry. Yeah, I can't do it. Nope, can't do it. Really wanted to, I can't do it. No, I cannot do that. You're not going to just ramble on. It's just not going to happen. All right. Whew. Dahlia,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
Um, after that conversation, I'm okay. That was a rough one. You have the patience of Job.
Well, apparently I don't. Like we're talking, and it's just like we can't. Like the funny thing is, I would actually speak with him all night if I needed to, but it's like we can't speak if you're not listening. Like there's no conversation happening. Like that was really frustrating. That was really frustrating.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, it's. I said in the private chat that I had like a little bit of smoke. It's not really smoke. It's more so some consideration that I would like for everybody to really think about when they're considering, what kind of partner that they want. I don't know if it's going to lead to marriage or not. Maybe you don't want to be married, but
Oh, I feel like smoke. If it's smoke, just get it dry. Do it in the most dragonish
I
way that
already
you
know that some
can.
of the women they're not going to like this, but
Oh,
whatever. um, my maternal grandparents, they've been married for about 50 years now.
wait,
My
pause,
my
pause. I'm so
Mhm.
sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know if the pink pill is in here, but if the pink pill is in here, please come up. Can please no one else come up and allow the pink pill because the studio is full. So if you're trying to come up, do not try to come up and let the pink pill come up now. There is a space now for the pink pill. Please don't come up. Just let the pink pill and then we can do it. Go ahead. Sorry.
No worries. So like I was saying, my maternal grandparents have been married for about 50 years now. My mother and my stepfather, they just celebrated their 20th anniversary this past weekend. And what I've observed from them is even though when they entered into their union, they started out at the same income level, life happens, things change, people lose their jobs, people get promotions, people get raises, people move states. It's a lot of changes that happen in sometimes a really quick period of time. We just had a global pandemic. Like no one, literally no one was expecting that. And it caused major changes within people's marriages, and what they thought was going to happen, that possibility is gone now, right? And I think that while it is important that the person that you find, you want that person to be equally yoked with you when it comes to income and education, I don't think that that's necessarily the most important factors that you want to be considering. You can take it into account, but it's not so much the degree itself or that salary level itself that you really want to care about. It's what that indicates with a person. It indicates that that person is accountable, that that person is committed, that that person has a goal and actually knows how to execute on that. And I think that more than anything is really what we should be considering when we're considering who we want to take on as a partner. Because I know personally in my own
I,
life.
wait, stop. So I
Mhm.
don't disagree with this is something that I actually dislike. The fact that women
Mhm.
are like actually able to say, when I say stop, you guys stop and we're like talking respectfully. It's such a weird thing. Like I'm like I literally waiting for you to like not stop as I can say it again. So I
Okay.
appreciate it so much. Um Anywho, I don't completely disagree with you,
Okay.
but do you know something? The idea of the starter wife phenomena.
I do.
All right. Do you see how that reality can make women, black, dark skinned women in particular,
Mhm.
afraid to quote unquote build with a man? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying, can you see how that could cause people to be a bit circumspect?
Oh, I absolutely do understand that. I just also recognize the fact that we can't. I think it would be dangerous for a person to assume that because when you started out in a marriage, you were making 70 grand, your man was making 100,000, and y'all are, you're considered upper middle class, that's how it's going to remain throughout your entire marriage. When and you know this because you're a person who likes statistics, you know, at least here in America, that's not always the case. People fall in and out of income levels, out of class levels
No,
all the
but the
time. It's
thing is,
very common.
so this one is not a really good sort of stats on it, but there are papers on it that are good, not based on like a general stats, but it is when a woman starts out making more money than a man, particularly a black woman, and the man starts making more than the woman, it tends to not work out. So I mean, if we're actually comparing the anecdote to like the academic literature in the area, it's very difficult. Like and that's what Ralph Richard Banks is kind of saying here. It's this idea that you don't want to have the man be a project that you're building. Now you both can start off at the same level, which is not very far in terms of your economic standing, and you both can grow together. But when a man is below you in terms of economics and academics, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying be careful. That's it. That's it. Like I'm saying be
You're right.
careful.
You're absolutely right, and I don't disagree with you on that at all. I would just say that be mindful of putting so much value on income and on education that you're not considering all the other factors that you want in a partner in a marriage, especially.
Well, I don't think you like. I don't think it's fair to make that statement because I don't think anyone should ignore the rest. Like the rest is important. Like I feel like it is the bare minimum to say I want you to have ambition academically and in terms of socioeconomic standing, and also be a good person.
Well, can I give you an example?
Yes, quickly. I'm not rushing you, but
no, I understand. So you're absolutely right. Ambition for me, that is very, very important. And I do think that if you have a certain income level, if you have a certain degree, that is a sign that you are a person of ambition. My family, we've been homeless 3 times, right? we coasted in and out of that. And the thing that pulled us out of it was because no, it's okay. We're fine. I live in a $500,000 house right now. We're good. So, but the thing that pulled us out of it though was that both of my parents were ambitious. No one had to go tell my dad to get a second job. He went and did it because he knew that was what's required for the family. No one had to go and tell my mother to push for a raise so that she could make enough money that we would have enough to be able to get the down payment for this beautiful home. That was understood, and the reason why is because when they came into the marriage, they came in with ambition. That was my mother could see that my father was a hustler. That was already clear in his actions.
Stop though. That is amazing. If the rhetoric was that, then that would be beautiful. The rhetoric online, I wish. Like I think a lot of women would still be annoyed by it. I wouldn't be. If men in the manosphere, for example, or men who are loud were saying, women are getting their degrees. That is amazing. Men should get their degrees too, and men should get more money, and we should build together and build a community. That is not what's happening.
That's
and
true.
So for me, like we know black women generally, and even when we talk about whether or not they're going to continue to do it, right? Love is love and blah, 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 right? And so it's interesting because what you have articulated, if that is how we actually approach community building, what happened in your family, I think that would have been a beautiful thing. Like I 100% stand behind the fact that I don't think in this world that a one person income is going to be enough to suffice to provide. It's just not going to happen. But I refuse to stand behind, we should all be together and fall in love and do that and build, because the conversations happening online are scary. Like, and there are men coming on here saying your degree is not the silver bullet, as if you're hunting werewolves. Like, I don't know why why your degree should be the silver bullet, but at this point, it's very difficult for me to say, okay, women's education should be complementing men and hopefully help lifting men up, because for me, my mom and women in my life actually helped me to achieve academically. So I recognize how important it is to have women investing this way in men. It is completely unfair. It is really unfair. It's also doubly unfair when there are men on here shaming you for the degree that is going to help them, the degree that wrote the new Jim Crow. Like the degree and the feminists who are riding and actually out there advocating for men's rights and black men and like fighting for them against police brutality. Those are the women that these men consistently drag. And I'm very annoyed by it because I meet with some of these people and it's going to have a really bad effect on these black men. It's interesting now because Tina Knowles put out a 4-part series on black men, and these feminists who were once protecting quote unquote black men and the black man image are outraged, and they're not talking out loud now. Oh, they're mad. They are mad because now they're realizing that the men they're protecting are online. The Kevin Samuels and the manosphere has kicked up a lot of dirt, and the academic literature is going to start to look a lot differently now. And people are going to get the audacity. White people, Asian people, Latino is not a race, but let's add. Everyone is going to now start focusing on black men, and the only people black men have to blame for that is themselves. If black men were coming online in droves to reject some of the argument coming out of the manosphere, then we could actually argue that we can keep up the facade about what is happening statistically in our community. It is very difficult to do that when these men are also simultaneously causing harm, not every black man, but causing harm, and then telling women that their degrees and their education and their lack of submission is what is causing the black community to fall apart. No, so you are wrong and you're loud, and because you're loud, other people can't ignore it. So all the feminist writings are coming out now. Well, they're not coming out now. That will be coming out might look different. It either is going to look really different or they're going to have to completely ignore that the manosphere exists. And the higher Kevin Samuels go, the harder it is to ignore them. And that is my thing. Like, I'm looking at it like, all right, period. Anyway, I appreciate that. Pink Pill.
Hi, famous.
How are you?
I'm well. I hope that you can hear me okay. We have a rare storm in Southern California. I cannot believe it. And so the internet is like doing weird stuff. Like you're saying, like there's like some juicy things you've been saying, and like as soon as you start saying it, it's like, and I'm like, no. Anyway, so what are we talking about? What are we talking about, Themis?
Isn't the first reason for divorce still yes, it is. So we are actually, before you go, I actually want to hear the orange pill, and then you go. Orange pill, you came up, and I'm assuming you have. The last time you and the pink pill. The last time you got
the famous orange pill. The orange peel.
Go ahead, orange pill.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
You can?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know who that guy was that came on earlier. He had a lot. He had a lot of stuff. But anyway, I think that when it comes to, I know you and me, we had this conversation about education before. And I have nothing like I've heard of Ralph Richard Banks. I know he wrote that book like what, over 10 years ago, I believe.
Yeah, a long time ago. Before.
I would just, my pushback would be a little bit to that. I agree that education can play a good part because it can lead to more income and stuff like that. Me being educated myself, so it could open a lot more doors.
Yeah,
So what would you say?
I said I remember our debate
Yeah,
regarding education not adding value. But continue.
yeah, yeah. So so kind of like when we had that conversation about the value piece of it, is that what men what men and women are looking for exactly. So me being more educated than my wife doesn't I don't consider that I married down. Like my thing is that my education doesn't necessarily make me have those husband qualities that I need as far as being a leader, confident, and
Wait, stop. But you did, like I don't want. I hate saying this because you didn't marry down as a general matter. I don't know your wife, but academically, you did marry down.
married down. Like no, the one other woman said as far as education, right? Married down. So okay,
Academically.
so I married down, which I don't know what that means other than a negative, right? You would say
Yeah, it is.
it's
You
not a
have
positive.
more.
So
You have
I have
more
more.
education, so you married down academically. I know the word
So
down is freaking people out, but it is what it is.
well, my thing is
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
yeah. So my thing is that I think it is like if we go by that married down kind of like narrative, then we will always look at it as a negative as far as like, oh, well, married down just means married down. So my thing is that like it
No, it
kind of
doesn't.
can't.
No, it doesn't just mean
No
marry
what?
down. You did not marry down. I would need to know your wife to be able to make that judgment. I cannot say you
But
married
you
down.
just
I do not
you
know your wife.
May I
you
I
just
know a
told
lot
me
of
I'm married
people
down, so
Martin
I'm so
is done.
confused. Okay.
No, I did
Can
not
I
say
say
you
something?
married. No, God.
Oh,
No.
please.
Wait a minute. I did I say you married down or did I say you married down academically?
Okay. I'm married down academically. So what is okay? So I married down academically, but I think nobody puts it as specific as that. They just look at it married down, especially when
Yeah,
it
well,
comes
they
to.
would be wrong. I don't care what anyone says. Someone said I'm being
I was about
defeated.
to
I'm
mention
really
Ralph
not.
Richard Banks. I'm sorry. I was about to mention anybody else.
All right, go ahead.
That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So I watched.
Did you read
I
the
didn't read.
book? Did you
Huh?
read the book? Did you read the book?
I didn't read the. I didn't read the
All right.
book. I didn't read the
All right.
book.
Tell us what he. Okay, then tell us
Huh?
what he said. Then go ahead. Go ahead and tell us about Ralph Richard Banks. Then.
Okay. So I mean, I watched him talk to a couple of his seminars, and a lot of focus is on education, the education part of it, as far as why the men aren't suitable. I'm not going to argue that these men are and all this stuff. I'm going to say okay, let's take that approach that the men aren't suitable because they're not on your education level. So it should make sense to find when you get to that education level or a certain income that you should find those suitable men.
Yep.
So
Black
in my
men
field,
aren't there.
yeah, but let's say okay, I won't even black men aren't there, or a lot of black men aren't there. There's
Yeah.
only a small shortage of them. Okay,
Yeah.
so my thing is that I won't argue any of those points. I will say that just find I will even go with Pink Pill's thing, find the best man for the job. But I would say
That's what.
don't keep complaining.
that-
Don't keep
That's what.
complaining about black men aren't up there. If they're not up there, then you got,
Okay,
like I said, it's only okay.
wait. Stop. They're two different conversations. You are
Okay.
agreeing with Ralph Richard Banks and the Pink Pill in terms of find the best man for the job and don't tie yourself down, right? So we're all in agreement apparently. All right, period. The second part is you say, why are you guys complaining about black men not being there? The reason is because the community. Like we're pretending like it's like, oh my God, stop complaining. No, it's like, no, we need to get educated. We need to move up economically. So we are complaining. So I don't understand why, like, is that, are you not understanding what the complaint is about? And also, it seems Black women statistically do not actually want to date out, but they want to date Black men. And they're saying Black men should do better. Is that a problem? Is saying Black men should do better a problem?
No, it's not. It's not a problem at all.
Then why are you saying
And I
why are
agree.
you complaining?
I agree. I agree with that. But the thing is, and I agree that Black men should do better. However, and this is not to excuse it, but I can't go make Black men be better. We can say we can argue like this for the next 10 years and more about how Black men, you just like, I think you have to find what you can find, in my opinion. And I'm not going to even argue that we do have an
No,
issue with Black men.
no. That's not true. You don't find what you can find. I think we need to be better. And you saying we can talk all we want, but Black men won't be better. I don't like that. No, I don't. No. I think that we should be better. And if it takes me pushing the narrative that we should be better, I will continue to push it. I'm not going to stop talking about Black men should be better because it feels uncomfortable. Like you don't just take what
I
you
didn't
really take.
say it
No.
felt uncomfortable. I didn't say it felt uncomfortable. I didn't say it felt comfortable.
Then
My thing is that
why are you pushing back against people complaining?
here's what tends to happen. It seems to be, and this is people I've actually talked to, where everybody gets very global about the issues on both sides. Like I could say something like, "Oh, if I was single, oh, it's all, all these unwed births around here. Everybody has like, everybody's a baby mama, this percentage of this, that, and the third, and all this stuff."
I actually agree with you on this. So do you think Black women should be better and choose better?
I think there's two things.
I am going to pull up your what you said previously. So I'll ask again. Okay. Do you think Black women should be better and choose better?
I think not necessarily choose better. I think Black women should go in with the right mindset for whatever they want to get.
So they should
not
be
necessarily
better.
choose better,
But they should be better. You said that. You've said it. So they should be better. It's interesting because you want women to be better and choose better and that stuff, like the manosphere, but you are sitting here telling us that we can't change men.
Can you change men? Can women change men?
But if we can't change men, why are we trying to change women?
I'm talking about women's choices. I'm not talking about women in general.
Well, men's choice is in either getting or not getting a degree. What are you talking about?
Well, that's my thing, is that the degree thing is coming from what women feel as though, like, I wouldn't even say, I wouldn't know, like, I know the education is kind of like what Ralph Richard Banks says is the reason. I don't know. Like I said, I would like to know the data before I even try to go down that road.
We're not
the data of like, okay, how many women have master's degree, bachelor's degree? If we're arguing, let's say there's like 20.
Maybe the difference between men and women has to do with the ability for us to listen. I don't know.
Yeah, just communication. That's the issue.
Yeah, like, so you are saying that women should change and that they should choose better, blah, 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 all of this, their decision. And you are telling them to do that while at the same time saying you can't change men. So is that why the manosphere only focus on women because they can't change men?
I can't hear you. So.
All right. I can't make Black men be better. The man who tried to make Black women be better. Yeah. Thank you, by the way. That's essentially what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. So can you hear me now? I know you can hear me before, and you're pretending like you can't, but period, because you literally wait till I was done to say, I can't hear you, like legit right after I finish. So you can hear me. I think I just realized something. Black men have given up on black men. I mean, that's what it's feeling like. That's essentially the vibe I'm getting. Cancer girl. That's legit the vibe I'm getting. And Orange Pill is pretending like he can't hear me. So let's move on. LB, go ahead. He thinks black men are inherently defective. They all do. Go ahead, LB.
Okay. I was just gonna say that I know that people are having a general discomfort with the idea of if you are dating with somebody with a lower degree or without a degree that you're dating down academically. But I think that it's important to put that in context. I don't think it's necessarily a negative thing. For example, I am a middle class person with a master's degree. If I date somebody who is from the upper class, I'm lower middle class with a master's degree. If I date somebody from upper class with no formal education who has wealth because they were born into it and they're taking over their family business, I am dating down academically, but I'm not dating down in terms of class. Like,
Yeah.
there's different levels. My partner would be dating down in class. I would be dating down academically. These are just facts. They're not things that have to be a negative or a positive necessarily. They can be, but they don't have to be, if that
Yeah.
makes sense. And I think
Yeah.
that
I mean, so
we're really caught up on the idea of dating down. Like, if I was dating somebody from a higher social class, I have no problem saying that they're dating down as far as social class, because they
yeah.
are.
You can hear me
So what
needs
it's
to be
called,
on the
what it's
t-shirt.
called, what LB is talking about is called status exchange.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, you can hear me needs to be a t-shirt. It should be a t-shirt because he literally his mic and earphone everything stops working when the questions
Oh my
got
god,
hard.
I'm just thinking those old cell phone commercials. Can you hear me now?
Mhm. Y'all
This is
think
just
black men
horrible.
inherently broken too? Stop the cap. All right, I won't speak for anyone. I can only speak for myself. No, I do not. I do
You
not
can.
think that. I
I do.
actually I actually think that we have a ton of potential, more potential than we give ourselves credit for. I actually believe this. My problem is you don't get to realize your potential unless you take accountability for your action. If everyone can make it, like one person came up here and say someone won't allow them to be a man. It's like, what? And we allow not no I can. No, you could hear me. You could hear me. Anywho, I think that there is a lack of accountability in a way that is extraordinarily dangerous. Like it's almost like even for the group, like we had Orange Pill, and you can come back by the way, Orange Pill, but we had Orange Pill up here just now talking about how we can change men essentially, and we will only be talking about it, and talking about it is wasting our time. However, let's talk about women and how to improve women, right? He's a part of the manosphere. Like, I don't understand this. Like, so are we accepting that men can change? Because that's what it feels like we're doing. It's the same thing coming from Mr. Let Go. It's like, sir, your dad is the one who wasn't there. Like, and I'm not saying anything out of ordinary because he said this to Tasha K. And then your mom is the one you're mad at. Like, I don't understand that. Anyway, Pinkfell, sorry, let's go back to you. Did you hear? I mean, I'm pretty sure you were listening to the Orange Pill. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. It's very, this is very typical. This is very typical. Everybody needs to accommodate them. The world needs to revolve around them. You need to bend and break so that they feel comfortable. And what was so interesting was that when he said men aren't going to change, and you said, well, why are we trying to change women? There was silence.
Oh,
But I
because
have
he couldn't hear me. He couldn't hear me.
allegedly he didn't hear you, but there's a good reason why he thinks that. The reason is that women typically are the ones who strive to be better. Like while the manosphere steadily says that Black women have no accountability. Black women are the ones who are buying the courses, going to the retreats, buying the books, getting the coaching to try and be better. They're the ones that are in they're in the gym, they're seeing nutritionists, they're trying to get their skin right, their hair right.
I have to push
On
back
this
on that.
hamster
I have to push
wheel
back on that.
But who is
of
that?
trying to be. There's nothing to push back on. Statistically, the self-help books are bought by the women. Why do you think that Steve Harvey had a bestseller? Because
The
the
Steve
women
Harvey.
will buy.
How
The
many marriages
women
did Steve
want
Harvey go through
to
before
be
she?
better. The women
Yeah.
buy these books. The women want and desire to have better relationships. And that's not to say that we are getting it right. Clearly, a lot of us aren't. But the fact of the matter is the fact of the matter is that we seek, we try, we want to. I wouldn't have a job if that weren't true. It's not about pushing back. It's about statistically, all women in general are the ones that buy these movements. Women in general are trying to better themselves and be better. And so
Yeah.
men who are lazy, men who are narcissistic, men who are selfish also know that. Why do you think Kevin Samuels, who started going after the men, saying, "Men, this is what you need to do," and almost got ran out of out of town, he needs to leave town before sundown. And then when he went out on the women, his whole career blew up. He's a millionaire now because
Well, the
the
thing is,
women
women called in
are
on his show. He
finding.
wasn't
Wait.
going after women.
My point is that the audience that that listened to him outraged, or compelled, or wanting to seek his approval, were women, because women seek, they seek. And the men are like, F this shit, I'm not doing this. And when he went after the men, he wasn't getting anywhere. When he went after the women, that's when his shit blew up. And that is because women will try. They'll at least try. They seek, they want these relationships. And so this is what they're taking advantage of. So that's all I'll say. I mean, people can push back all they want to, but the statistics are there, and it's
I
just pretty obvious. But
wait. I want
yeah,
to hear
I'll
what
move on you.
Africa. I was going to go to Terrell, but I want to hear what was Terrell here. Yeah, Terrell is still here. I'm going to go to you, but I want to hear what Africa Pop has to disagree with here. I'm not playing with you guys and Hafizu's suit in the chat. I'm not playing with you and the roommate suits. Black men
I
aren't
think
buying Hafizu's suit. That's why black men can't progress.
I think there's a difference between want and actually doing the work. I know a lot of Black women want certain things, but to be consistent and to do the work to actually obtain it is something completely different. And to your
Wait,
point
wait, wait,
earlier
stop.
about
Wait. I have a question. To clarifying question. Are you disagreeing that black women are the ones mostly investing in self-improvement?
they're investing in reading books, are
Yeah,
they improving themselves?
I
That's
don't
to be
know.
determined.
I don't know if they're improving themselves. I do know that they're going to school and obtaining more degrees than anyone else. I do know that they're more entrepreneur than any other group of
And
women.
to that point. So while we were discussing, I did look up, and I'm going to look into more detail about the percentage of Black men and Black women that have college degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And the percentage of Black women is around 15.6. The percentage of Black men is about 12.3.
You get that stat? Because we do have, let me pull up. Well, I'm not going to pull this up. But where did you, what's this thing? Where did you get that stat?
Let me, oh my God.
You can just look at the top of the screen. Read the website. Because spoiler alert, this is not true. And black women are outpacing black men in terms of obtaining college degrees. So, and even in terms of income, black men still make more than black women, but the income gap between men and women in the Black community is the closest of any two groups. So gender for any group. So
but when you say things like, Black women are doing this, and from a statistical perspective, it is not that much different. There is not that much difference between Black men and Black women when it comes to
yeah, no, that's the
education.
problem though. For every other race of people, the distinction between men and women, particularly in terms of income, is huge. The gap. At least when it comes to Black men and Black women, Black men still makes more, which they don't factor for people who are actually like multimillionaires because of their athleticism or whatever talent they have, singing, whatever.
But we know the circumstances of Black people are
No, but
different due
we
to.
sure do, but you cannot say that the Black women aren't doing self-improvement when statistically they're operating on a level beyond anything of any other group of women. Like you can't do that. Black women are outperforming every single race of women. And in fact, when Black women are in the same economic group, starting point with white women, they outpace them. This was a study, a 40-year study done out of Stanford University that you can pull up, where Black women could compete and actually outpace white women, even in a racist system, when they have the same starting point. Black men did not fare so well against white men. And we're not comparing Black women to Black men. We're comparing Black men to other races of men and Black women to other races of women.
Your original point, Themis, your original point was that Black women are gaining so much more education than Black men. And that, from a statistical perspective, is not true. That is what I'm.
True.
That.
Where are you getting the stats from? Black women outpace Black men.
I'll email you.
You can read it now. Say it now. Like you can just read the whatever website. Is it blackeconomics.com? Like if you said you have it.
Give me one moment, please.
I mean, if you say you have it up, you just look at the top of the screen and say www.
No. I have different windows on my phone, so.
But I mean, you can still look at it on your, like if you're at the site, you can just look at the site and tell me what the site is.
Give me one. I guess I should do this on my laptop. No. Oh, it's on the phone. Hold on a second.
Just like,
Girl,
so
it does not take that long.
stay going.
No.
I'm sorry. I have. Okay, so the site is.
I have my stats already.
edtrust.org, and the article is Raising Undergraduate Degree Attainment Among Black Women and Men Takes on New Urgency Amid the Pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to pull it up?
Was this? What year was the article written?
2021.
Okay.
No, what does it say about Black women now?
So it says about Black women. Give me one moment.
If somebody has the link, can they drop it in the chat?
I'm just wondering how it was so easy to state the stats a second ago, but now that you have it open, it's so hard to state the stats. But
I have time. We can wait.
Well, while we're waiting, I feel like I'm a little lost here. I would like to know exactly what do these statistics relate back to? Like, what's the main point?
No, because what's happening is where did Africa Pop go?
She ran away.
Okay, all right. Well,
okay.
Anywho, if
But
you
do
go
you
to the
see what I'm
Brookings,
saying here? Like she's
yeah,
just like arguing just to argue. Like you want to push back on what?
No,
On
some people
what,
are just
sis?
like that. Some people just like to argue. They want to argue a point that's valid. There's people in this world just like that. That's what's happening.
So if you guys go to the Brookings Institute, like I don't want to do this anymore. I feel like I am hurting people, and like this is ridiculous now. It doesn't make sense to me, and obviously there's
Seamus, how
updates.
are you hurting people? Like
No,
what you
because
did?
the trajectory is continues this way. Ralph Richard Banks predicted what was going to happen in terms of education. There was a new study came out that Hafiz and them were actually talking about how women are actually across racial lines are outpacing men generally in school because the atmosphere facilitates better for women to go get their education generally. So the stats overall is that women more generally are doing better, and we can argue about why this is, but like it just like this actually hurts me a lot just now because I've never come on here and said like a stat in a way where I just made it up and didn't provide the evidence for it. And so when you push back like that and essentially tell me I am lying, and the funny thing is like I'm like, okay, show me, because if it's a government website, then I might be prone to believing that over the Brookings Institute. But it's like I don't understand where that came from. Like I'm literally confused as to where that came from. That women are like, this is a fact. Like we know this, that women are outpacing men in terms of academic, like going to college. Like it's a fact. The Pew Research is there. The Brookings Institute, Brookings.edu is there. Like those are like two very credible sources that we can go to have this discussion. So it's like, I am not saying black women out earn black men currently. On average, black men still make more. What I'm saying is that the disparity is so close and insignificant compared to other races when it comes to gender inequality that it's completely meaningless. And it speaks to how well black women are black women are doing based on the fact, like you just said, Pinkville, that they're actually investing in self-help. The minutes though, so I went over to oh god. Please come on, Deanne. I don't know who want to come. Like this is ridiculous. No, I'm actually frustrated. Sorry. I don't know. I think I can take attacks from men and I don't care, but like I don't know if your debate, if a black woman is saying black women aren't as good, like I don't know, and black women aren't, if like a black woman comes up and say black women aren't doing well and black women aren't as educated, like obviously you're wrong and I have the stats, but it hits differently for me because like how willing are you to throw yourself under the bus? Like I don't like Africa Pop. I hope we can talk again because like I do have questions. Like it feels like you are throwing yourself under the bus for no reason. White women 51 point have a college degree compared to the black women. The gap is even wider among men. Have college degrees per the study. Black women, when I compared black women to white women, I was talking about a study done out of Stanford University, just an FYI. White women have more degrees now. No. Please don't say Themis kick you out. Do not say that. Do not say that. I did not. Let me be clear. I did not kick you out. I have not kicked anyone out besides Chase. Chase I kicked out. That is the only person I kicked out today. We're not doing that. No, absolutely not. We're not doing that. Go ahead, Terrell. You were supposed to go, and I apologize.
Well, how everybody doing tonight?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I was on your last live stream, and I'm glad to be back on here. I'd like to say, with the topic about is marriage for white women, I would say no, because marriage is for anybody. Why it have to be pertains to a particular group of people? Because, in my opinion, that black women and black men can get married. It's not impossible and it can be done. It just need commitment from two people to make it happen. Because today the marriage rate for black people is not that high like it used to be back in the day. But I see nowadays black men are more married than black women, and black women are married less. But like during the time of segregation, black people had high marriage rates and they were together with a family. But ever since segregation ended, the black families just broken up and marriage don't mean anymore. Black people want to move out the communities, be with other races of people. Black businesses have fallen, and the black traditional family has failed. So basically, everybody want to go their own way after integration, which means I believe it messed the black family up because black people didn't want to stay together. Because during those times, black people were strong as a family when they were together through hard times.
Yeah. All right. So you believe it was better for the black family during segregation?
Well, during segregation, they were together, even though they had to face a lot of racism, but they were together as a community. They had everything, their own stores, and they didn't have to rely on other groups of people. But when we fought for integration, all that went away. I just wish I were okay with integration. I just didn't want to break up the black family and black community. Okay, if we didn't do all of that, we'd still be strong today. But a lot of that just basically messes up and it's just destroy the black community altogether. So
y'all calling into the panel on Henny tonight. I think there are literature and there are people who actually agree with you, scholars who agree that integration did in fact have a negative impact on the black community. Actually, I think there are YouTubers who, all right, someone needs to be muted. There are YouTubers who actually posit this, which some pseudo scholars agree with, in that that the fight for integration was the fight for access to white women, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Anywho, thank you so much, Terrell. I appreciate your perspective. I don't know if it's one that most people agree with. Thank you. Have a good night. I don't know if you can. You're muted, Terrell.
Oh, I'm right here.
All right.
You wanted me to say something?
Oh no, I said have a good night. I was like, thank you.
Oh, you too.
Bye. All right, can everyone who's coming up not? Deanne, you can use the link now. All right. Whew. Formerly. Formerly. You're muted formerly. All right. Well, formerly is not doing it. So Orange Pill, where were we? You said you couldn't hear, but you could. So I don't remember where we were.
Actually, I couldn't hear you.
All right.
I couldn't hear you.
All right, period. So you believe you can change black women, but you can't change black men. I do remember. I was like,
you said I believe I can change black women,
but you can't change black men.
I don't believe I can change black women. I don't believe I can change black women.
You don't believe you can change black women?
I didn't say that at all.
Do you believe?
Didn't say I could change black women.
Can you change black women?
Do I believe I can change? No, I can't.
All right. So why do you talk about
Black men
women and
can't
their
change.
choices?
Black men can't change. What'd you say?
So black men can't change black women, and they can't change black men.
People can only change themselves individually. They have to want to change.
All right. So why are we
You can't
talking
just go
about
to a
any
group
of
of.
this?
I can't just go to a group of.
So wait, no. Why are we
Well, that
talking
was the
about
point
any
I
of
was
this then?
making.
No, no, that's not the point you were making, because you were talking about changing black women, but we're not going to go there. You said you should you said that we shouldn't be talking about black men because they're not going to change, and we just keep talking about it. All right. So we shouldn't talk about that, and we shouldn't talk about black women either. So we should just leave it how it is.
Well, I would say that you have to find better solutions for yourselves, because what happens is
How are
a
you
lot
going
of
to
times
find better
everybody gets
solutions?
global.
Look, so we should not be talking about any of this online. We shouldn't be talking about any of it because we can't change anybody. They have to change themselves.
No, it's my thing is that you can bring it up. I have I have no like you could talk about this all day. But my thing is that
No, but you said
a
we
lot of
shouldn't be
times
talking.
people
You
do.
came up here and you said we shouldn't be talking about it. You had a problem with us talking so much about black men because we can't change black men. So why are we talking about it? So we shouldn't talk about it, and we shouldn't talk about black women. So we shouldn't do anything.
I didn't. First of all, you say a lot of stuff, and half of that stuff I didn't even say. So I didn't say you
Yes,
shouldn't
you
talk
didn't
about black
say.
women. Didn't say that.
You didn't say we shouldn't talk about black men. You didn't say we shouldn't talk about black men. Are you saying you did not come
I
up
said
here and
talking
say
about.
that?
I said talking about black men is not going to change change black men in general, because you cannot change black men.
Yes. So
Women cannot change a man. Can women change a man?
Women
Go ahead.
women change men all the time.
Really?
And
What do you
attitude
mean?
and bad audio, pick a struggle. It's Black History Month. Hashtag Black Love is Dope. This says Dean. All right. So you do realize what you're saying is that we should leave the community how it is. That's essentially what you're saying, because we can't change anyone.
No, I'm not saying leave the community the way it is. I'm saying that what happens is that although these issues are there and they should be addressed, my thing is that a lot of times people get very global about stuff. But if I look
So why were you
specifically at the
mad that
person,
I
which
was?
I have,
Why were you mad that I was addressing it?
I wasn't mad that you were addressing it at all. I'm just saying that.
You literally came up and said, "Why are we talking about this? Black men aren't going to change."
Okay, was I mad when I said that?
I don't care if you were mad. You didn't want us to be talking about it because
Okay,
black
then
men
don't
aren't going to
you
change.
don't care if I was mad, but you said I was mad. Okay, so okay, this chess
I
game
don't care if
is
you were
interesting.
mad.
Control your
So
emotions. Control your emotions.
It is.
who are you? I'm sorry.
Wait, no.
Okay, I'm just talking to you. I think is this. Okay, I'm just talking to you. Okay.
Yeah.
So
But you said that we should not be talking about it, essentially. And are you going to pretend like you did not want us to not talk about it? And when I bring up that you were talking about changing black women, you recognize, hopefully, because you're smart enough to recognize this, that if you're saying don't talk about black men because you can change black men, but you specifically were talking about black women and their choices and how they should choose better on previous stream, that you wanted to change black women and you were talking about black women. So if you believe we can change black men, but you are also talking about changing black women, what gives?
So me telling black women to choose better is changing black women?
Yes, you're telling them
Or
to choose
like
better.
changing black women?
Yeah.
Is that a positive or a negative?
Is it positive
So
or
is that
negative
a
to get a
positive
job?
or a negative?
Is it positive or negative to get an education?
Is it a bad thing to ask that because the way things are, you should choose better? Is that bad or is that good or bad?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your issue?
My
You don't.
issue is
Oh,
you're
so I
trying
don't
to
have the
change
same
black
smoke for black
women.
men.
Period. You're trying to change black women for the better. Period. I'm here for that. But when we're trying to change black men for the better, you keep telling us that we can't do we shouldn't do it.
No, I'm saying that black women as a collective cannot change black men. The black men that are not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
And you think the black
You
women who
can't
are not
change
doing what
them.
they're wait, no, stop. But you think the
You
black
said
women
what?
who are not doing but you think the black women who are not doing what they're supposed to be doing that you can change them.
All I can do is offer advice for both sides.
Yeah, and
Because
that's what I
well,
was
first of
saying.
all,
But you obviously had a problem with us talking about it.
because my thing is that when it comes to this, like a lot of times there's a global thing where, and I keep trying to start this point, is that everybody talks about what's going on outward, what systemic things are going on with black men. But when I look at you specifically and ask you, okay, so how have you moved knowing all these things? How have you moved differently? And it seems to be not the case. It's like, well, I haven't really dated like that, or I've gone towards these guys,
I have
and
no
that
clue what you're
seems to be the
talking.
case.
Let me just say, I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm still stuck at how are you giving women advice, but you are mad when we're giving men advice? Are we talking about men? You do see the hypocrisy, though,
First of
right?
all,
Wait, let's start there. You do see the hypocrisy in what you're saying, right? While you think about that, Formerly came back. What are you saying, Formerly?
no. Hold on.
No.
You
I think
said
you
you
should.
said. Well, I think
I think you should think more
okay.
about that. Think about it like how it is that you giving advice to women to change women is hypocritical when you don't believe men can change unless you believe men can change and women can and women are more malleable.
I believe
So
men can change. Hold on.
do
I
not,
believe men can
do not,
change.
do not talk about it. I'm not asking you how or why or if. I'm asking you if you understand what you are saying and how it's hypocritical. I need you to think about that. Formally, go ahead. And then Deanne, and then we come back to you, Orange Bill.
Hi, Themis. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Um, Orange Pill, I find that there's a little bit of sophistry going on. There's a little bit of sophistry going on with your conversation, and I'm not trying to attack you. What I do notice is there is a consistent belief that we are to address the women who are taking action. But let me ask you a question, Orange Pill. In your opinion, are Black women, for the most part, trying to take action to better themselves at all?
Wait, no. Do
Collectively.
not ask. Do not direct question at Orange Pill. I need him to think this one through because I need
Oh,
to
think
hear.
this one. Okay.
We can come back to you, and then after Orange Pill go, you can ask me a question again. Go ahead, Deanne. And I think you had the research.
Good evening, everyone. I have just put this in the chat for you, Themis, the exact article that Africa Pop Fitness was citing, or attempting to cite, anyway. I believe she said that Black women had 15.9 versus 12.6. I cannot find those numbers juxtaposed, but I can show you a quote where it says that Black women are 10% ahead in gender attainment. We can go through it together, and I'm just going to make this comment while Themis pulls up the article. This is the exact article Apple Pop Fitness. May make a general suggestion. From my walking San Francisco hills, doing high interval workout in the gym, drinking powdered greens right now, life coach have himself. If you go talk about other women need to do the work, make sure that you have your stats together. Because I'll go check on anybody here, just like the gentleman that tried to get us to believe the 1992 stats from the men's rights website. Get your life together before you come talking about anybody else. Next. Okay, so Themis, if you go up to the first two paragraphs in here, there are some things that we want to look at immediately. Okay, so somewhere down in here, I believe it's in the second paragraph, a little bit further down, right there at the bottom, very last sentence, black women are roughly 10 percentage points more likely than black men to hold a black degree. Now, if you go down a little further, it will compare black women to white women and black men to white men. Yeah, it's done now, ma'am, because this is the article you pulled up. This is the article you gave us. It's done now, because you're going to come talk to us about we don't have things together. Oh, okay. I understand that. But you can be held accountable too, since you're going to talk about the rest of us. And like I said, with my in the gym, well, at least walking up and down these San Francisco hills, three dress size dropping, powdered greens drinking, life coach having self. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. Because you cited this, and then you couldn't pull up the stat you were talking about. And then you disappeared when we talked about where is the article. Now, I believe it's in the third paragraph that they make this comparison. Good night. There's a third paragraph that they make this comparison. Maybe the fourth, a little bit further down. Wait, right here. Enrollment of undergraduate black men in community colleges was sank nearly 19 percentage points across all sectors. Enrollment of undergraduate black men in community college was particularly hard hit, following 19.2 percentage points compared to a decline of 9.0 percentage points for black women. So they're failing black students, sure. But if you keep going, go down to the fifth paragraph, we talk about post-secondary degree attainment for black men, black women, and black men. So in the educational attainment, black men, women, and black men in the United States, then we have a look at white women do have more degrees than black women. Yes, there's a 15% percentage cap, but the gap is even wider among men. So when you compare women to women and men to men, we are all having some difficulty. We're all having some difficulty, okay? We know that. But, this is a problem. We're going to cite stuff to push back on other stats, but we don't have what we say we have. Now, you're welcome to come back up here and show us what you were talking about, but you cited this and then disappeared.
I mean, we can just look at the actual graph breakdown. and then in the thing that was cited, by the way, the yellow is associate, the green is bachelor's, and then the gray is graduate level, right? And you just can look at the graph in terms. Look.
You add those numbers together, it's a considerably higher number on one side than the other. I'm just saying.
Oh, so Africa Pop wants to come up and defend herself. So
okay, and if she does that, add 10 and 15 and whatever that no number is, and then add 6 and that other number there, add all that together when we talk about degrees, and that's not 15 to 12. It's not. Just addition says that.
Africa Pop, no one else comes on. Africa Pop, click in and come on.
Because she did not specify what kind of degree. Add those numbers together and you do not get that number. 10 and 15 is 25 and 10 more is 35. 12 and 7 is 19 and 19 and 6 is only 25. That's a 10% percentage gap. Not a 3% percentage gap. A 10. That's what the numbers say. It's right there.
Africa Pop, again, you can come on. There is space enough for you to come on. My research would not have been this, and I've showed you mine, which was the brookings.edu. And so, I mean, period. Sorry, I'm laughing because there is actually a good argument to be made, and I think Dean was trying to make the argument regarding white women compared to white men. The funny thing is, it does not work. The argument does not work unless we're talking about the graduate level. Dean's argument does not. Well, I want Dean to come make it so he can get dragged too, because everyone should get dragged tonight. All right, Africa Pop, go off. Africa. Hello. Ni hao. Ni hao ma. Ni shishama. Africa Pop. Technical difficulty. Not technical difficulties. I mean, I love that you came back though. Period. This is going. I hope so you could actually be experiencing technical difficulty, Africa, and I'm sorry this is happening at your expense, but this is literally so funny to me. Period. The Lord works in mysterious ways. When I need my computer work, it's the time it literally breaks down. All right, so I'm gonna sing a song while we wait, and this song is called "Somewhere Over the Rainbow."
Can I sing along with you?
Not Diamond Princess.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up
not us going to get a copyright strike. No, I'm
You
joking.
use me. I was just trying to sing. I didn't know we had a copyright strike for singing.
Period. Wait. It's giving. No, this is not okay. Period. So ladies and gentlemen, this is all right. Orange Pill, you see how you're being a hypocrite, right?
No, I do not actually.
All right. Well, I thought you would have marinated on that and metabolized the information, but apparently
I
not.
have marinated on it.
All right.
Actually,
So why are you not being a hypocrite? Why can you change men but can't change men but can change women?
So why can't you change men?
But you can change women.
First of all, I'm not changing women by. I don't believe by your framing. I'm changing women by telling them to just move differently, like knowing what we know and what you everybody has always discussed.
You telling someone to do something differently is what I'm describing.
Okay.
Africa, see, we not. Please let me up, sir. So come on, I literally put you up there and it was muted.
I think she's trolling, Themis.
Huh?
I think she's trolling you. She's just trying to waste time on your live stream.
All right. Go ahead, Orange Pill. So you telling someone to change their behavior is you trying to change them. All right.
Themis, may I just interrupt for a minute? In African Pop Fitness's defense, it did take me 6 attempts because there is something technically going on. So if you're having trouble getting in, keep trying. It did take me 6 attempts to get here. So there may be some technical issues that it may not just be she's trolling. Now I come hard, but I try to be fair. It took me a lot of attempts. So there is something happening with the StreamYard this evening.
Yeah, if it's full, you won't be able to come in. Hell, there you go. Period. All right, come through. Do you want me to pull up the research and go to a paragraph?
So I was speaking specifically, and we don't have enough time to go through.
We have time. I promise you.
Okay, cool.
Cool. What
so
paragraph?
when you look on this chart, I'm speaking about, right there. So, it's so small. Let me look on my phone as well. The 15.7%, I stand corrected, of Black women have bachelor's degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Compared to 12.8.
Compared to 12.8%
Mm-hmm.
of Black men.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that was the particular point that I was speaking about, which you said that I did not state, which was incorrect. Now, what is
No. Wait. Are you saying you weren't saying that Black men had more than Black women?
No, I said that it was not statistically significant in terms of bachelor's degrees.
Okay, we're gonna run back this tape. I'm gonna run this tape back.
Yeah. I know. I remember what I said, and I misspoke in terms of the point on the percentage.
No, I'm not gonna run this back. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's see if everyone here heard this properly. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Afropop said that Black men had more degrees than Black women. Put a 2.
I never said that.
He said 12%. She said 12% and 15%. The 12% was for women. I mean, for the men, and the 15% was for the women. That's what she said.
And that is correct. That is
that
approximately
correct.
what was said.
There wouldn't be an issue though. Wait, so why would you bring that up?
So I brought it up because, again, to the point of that Black women are far outpacing Black men. From a statistical perspective, that is not correct. And the reason that I stated that way is because this is what I've studied. This is what I know in terms of statistics and looking at research and looking at what is a statistical significance and what does that mean when it comes to populations. Now, it is.
Wait, if you're saying that's the 15.7 versus 12.8 has a statistical significance, it's not a 0.5 difference. If you're saying this is what you do and you're saying this is statistically not different, I am sorry, that is incorrect.
That's a 30% difference.
It's not a 30% difference, but yes, Themis, you are correct in terms of statistical significance when 0.5 or if the p-values over. I'm sorry, I'm not going to get into all p-values and things like that. Let me correct myself on that. You are correct on that.
All right.
What I'm saying is that it is. I don't know if you said that it's leaps and bounds or it is just. Excuse me. So about 3% of Black women can say, "Oh man, it's I'm way above my counterpart in terms of a bachelor's degree."
Then we go up to the graduate degree.
When we look on the graduate, but even look at the graduate
associate degree. Like what we're doing, we would add all of this up and then all of this up.
And that would be 10. Yes, which would be 10%. But if you look again, if you're breaking it down by the percentage, so about 36% of Black women have their degrees.
Wait, before you go, Monica, thank you so much. And Madame CEO wanted to know my email address. Please, here it is. I'm sorry, I'm doing this now, but yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Madame. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So about 36% of Black women have a post-high school level degree. 36%. 26% of Black men from this stat have a degree more than a high school diploma. So we're talking about perhaps 10% of Black women can speak to what you're speaking of about dating down academically, but only 10%, which is also the same 10% that are making 75,000.
Only 10%, as if it's like saying only in front of 10% doesn't feel right.
But is it the majority? Is it the majority of Black women?
It's not the majority, but if you're saying when you say you this is your field, I am like, I don't know.
I messed up like a human being. Messed up in terms of
Africa.
Yeah,
like, I agree. I'm probably gonna mess up more too on here. It's not the first mess up that I'm talking about. if you saying 10% is like you treating 10% as if that's not significant, and this is your field, like that feels inappropriate. Like if anyone else did it who
What
didn't
I
work in statistics, then I would be fine with it. But hearing you say it is bothering me.
I understand, but to the point of that it is a majority of, because when, okay, I'm not going to get into that in this show, but when you say that it is, and you did not give the language, but I'm giving more context into only 10% of Black women have more degrees than Black men. Only 3% of Black women hold more bachelor's levels than, so that gives a kind of context that it's not all. It is some. It is not the majority. It is not a quarter. It is roughly 10%.
No one is saying all, and no one is saying majority. What we are saying is that this is not like this is happening, and instead of saying we should raise the bar, right? We're pretending like we shouldn't, and like the thing is, it's not even like it's an issue. When we say 10% for Black women is going to be different than 10% for Black men, particularly when the number is, what is it, 2 million more? So it's like, I don't think that we are, I'm sorry. So I'm making a judgment on you, and I shouldn't, and I want to apologize, but it feels very disingenuous, right? Because we know it is statistically significant for it to be 10% greater. Like we know that in any stat, like even if we're talking about polling for the presidential debate, if any candidate that is projected, even though we know projection can be wrong, to have 10% more of the vote, we essentially know that they're the winner. So it feels really disingenuous for us to be talking about statistics in this way, when we already know Black people are, we generally disenfranchised. This, by the way, is why the argument, I will never make the argument that systemic racism does not exist, because we know that it is affecting Black men and Black women in disproportionate ways, and I accept that. But what I'm not going to accept is that we're pretending like 10% is not significant in this context. That's my problem. And it wouldn't be a problem if you were some person who didn't know anything about stats or who was just speaking. I would just let you go with it. But like, I can't let you do that because you were essentially with it, were in this field. So I can't let that go.
I hear what you're saying, Themis. I hear what you're saying, Themis. And again, I listen to understand and not to respond. My only point is that for the average Black woman, because there are people who are on the extremes that are outliers, and then most people rest in the average. Now, if you're speaking to that 10% of women, I'm with you 1,000%. But most women and most people that you're speaking to are not that 10%. So then you say, yeah, Black women are. Wait, look, just please give me one moment. Black women are overall earning more degrees, but on average are making a little bit less. But we can go into the reasons why, and I know we don't have time for that. But on average, Black women are earning more degrees, but still making less. And I'm not saying that's right, and I'm not saying that's fair. But then when you put education, because a lot of Black women, and I feel like education is the means, and it is the means to get.
Without the Black women still make less, but without the education, they would be making even less.
Yes, and that is what I'm saying is that the education alone is not the saving grace for Black women, or for Black women to feel that they are so much better than
Well, we don't disagree. And I don't think Black women feel like they're so much better than because of their degree. I think it is important for us to acknowledge that it takes a lot of work to get a degree. And so if
Yes.
you feel some kind of way about your degree, then that's on you. No
No,
one.
no, no. I don't feel no type of way about my degree. I'm proud
No,
of my
no, no,
degree,
no.
but
Not you, not you. I'm saying
Oh,
if you
okay.
feel good about your degree, like I am like if I'm arguing with someone and then they go, "Oh, I went to Harvard and I graduated," I'm going to be like, "Period." So I went to a top school too and I graduated. Period. Like it is what it is. Like it's true. And if you are going to feel high and mighty because you have a degree, then just be able to back it up. In my opinion, just be
No,
able to back.
but when I think about us as a community, as a collective, I do see oftentimes, especially in academia, and I'm not gonna say all, and it's never all, that there is this superiority in talking down to other Black people because of our degrees.
And that's wrong. I don't think that's okay. That's wrong. But I'm
And
not
maybe
going to
the
tell
reason why
people.
I'm speaking so impassionedly is because I am in academia and I'm around a lot of PhDs and people who have masters and who are out of touch, who talk down to young Black women and Black men and are not really trying to help. So that's why that is I understand the importance.
But see, Africa Pop, like that is a good, like I am here for it. Like I think you're correct in that. I don't think we should be speaking down to people who do not have a degree, particularly when some of them are smarter than us, right? And some of them make more money than us, right? And I'm here for
Yes.
that. And I honestly wish you had just come up and say that.
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry. Sometimes it takes me, I go through a jagged road to get to that point, but that is ultimately, sorry, that was the ultimate point that I was saying that yes, academically I am, and I mean, I have my master's, but I really don't just say it like that because a lot of times when people do, they say it as a way to kind of feel better in the room, like, ooh, I have this, that, and I mean, there's so many accomplishments that I have that I do not speak of, not because I'm not proud of it, but because want to I want to know people for the character they have and then what are they doing? Like what you're trying to do, you're trying to build the community, even though you have a different perspective than I do. I still recognize what you're doing, and I'm not going to insult you because I have a different perspective on that. And I
Yeah.
sometimes feel in these forums, people go into insults just because someone thinks differently, has a different perspective. And even though no one's going to agree 100% on anything, at least be able to, well, I understand, I can see where
Sorry,
she's coming
sorry.
from, or I
Africa Pop.
disagree,
Wait,
but
yeah. I mean, Africa Pop, I think we agree, but let's Dean wanted to be seen, so let Dean be
oh, okay.
seen now. Dean wanted to be seen. Black men make more money than Black women. Why are you competing with Black women? Fair question. Why are you competing with Black women? All right. White women are more educated than Black women. Never mind. No. Please mind. Please mind. Because I hope you're not talking about my study that I talked about out of Stanford University, where Black women are. If you want to compare white women to Black women, you should also compare white men to Black men and Asian men to Black men. The truth is, Dean, you are triggered. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know when. But you are triggered, and this is bothering you, and I don't understand why it's bothering you. The truth is, and if you really want to compare Black men and white Black men and Black women, and we should, if you want to do it, let's go to the study out of Stanford University. And here's what happened. Over a period of 40 years, they followed people who were actually in the same economic class, Black women and white women. And Black women, even with systemic racism or whatever else is out there, competed with white women and did extraordinarily well. And you're going to have to Google this for yourself. When it came to Black men and white men and competing with white men, Black men fell short. So if they started at $80,000 household income for their parents, Black men regressed after 40 years, while white men either stayed the same or improved. So if you want to compare, we can compare based on actual studies. But I didn't want to do that, and I didn't care to do that. What you just did was uncalled for. Like literally no one asked you this. And you do this passive aggressive foolishness in the chat all the time instead of coming up here because you know you can write a comment and disappear. This is why I made the stance where if you write something and I call you up, you either get blocked or you get timed out because it's so easy for people like you to be passive aggressive in the chat. Then when you come up here, you don't want to stand in your truth. Come up here and stand in your truth so we can actually debate this. Because what you are doing right now is ridiculous. I cannot understand how triggered you are by actual stats. You are comparing white women to black women when the stat just showed that black men cannot compete, well, not cannot, but are doing worse than black women. Maybe you should try to fix the standing of you and us and our community as opposed to looking at white women versus black women in a system literally made for them where you can't compete. Like, that's annoying. Like, you keep doing this over and over and over again where you're just passive aggressive. Like, you will make one little comment here and there and it's all passive aggression. It's all, if you have something to say and you actually feel so bold and like angered by it, I am not someone who shies away from you being wrong or being aggressive. You can come on here and you can tell me you think I am wrong and show me how I am wrong. You do these passive aggressive comments a lot on the community posts, on the videos, in the live stream. And then when you come up here, you then backpedal. No, don't backpedal. Come up here and make your statement so you can get dragged like everyone else. Because that's not okay. All right. Now,
Okay, Themis.
sorry. It's annoying now. Diamond Princess, you sang for me, so go ahead.
Hi, everybody on the panel. How are you in the chat? On the theme, it says, is marriage for white people or only for white people? Anybody could get married in this country. It's just that when it comes to Black people, it seems that we cannot be committed to each other due to having like differences. When it comes to Black women, we want that commitment from the man, and we want the benefits of marriage. However, when you have men in this society saying that marriage doesn't benefit them or they don't want to marry because they feel that when they get divorced, the woman will take their money, or like there's a lot of speculation around marriage when men said that it's only a piece of paper, which is actually not, is actually a true commitment to a man and a woman in front of God. But when you have a community that doesn't value that, it's kind of hard to actually understand what marriage is and what marriage is all about, because people that grew up probably didn't see two family households coming together and working together as a family or a partners or whatever. They didn't see that, so they tend to look at marriage differently. As to people that did grow up in a committed household where the parents did love each other and work together. So that's what I have to say on that. I think that's something that the Black community really needs to work on, in my opinion.
Does anyone have a response to that?
Yeah, Diamond Princess, thank you for your comment. I mean, I agree. Someone, I've been married 11 years, going on 12, and it's work. And I think honestly I think the squeaky wheel gets the loudest attention. A lot of people who are married, just average marriage, maybe not happy, but they're just in it because it works. You're pooling resources. I think another thing people don't consider, I mean, my sister is a lawyer. She's making great money, but she still says, even though I'm making great money and you and Katya are doing your thing and growing whatever, but y'all are still, it's still better for you two to be together than me being single, paying for everything by myself. From a numbers perspective, it's still better that you are sharing the cost, that it is not only on you to pay for everything. And I was like, oh, and I'm thinking she's, she's making six figures. She's doing it, but she's like, it's all on me. I don't have anyone to share the responsibility with. So even if, and this is a bad example, but if you're making 40,000 and he's making 10, well, let me not say 10. If he's making 20, if he's making 30, it's still less that you have to pay for, if we're just talking about money, than if it would be if you are paying 100% the bills by yourself. And and like you said, Diamond Princess, in terms of us valuing working together and caring for one another, I think individualism has messed up, and capitalism and the need for and consumerism has really messed up the Black community, because now we see our value in things and not in ourselves. So if we acquire more, if we attain more, if we have more status, then that is where we get our value from, than just, are we good people? Are we people of character? That's not something that has really been spoken of what we're looking for in terms of, I mean, amongst other things. But when it comes to having a husband or a wife, it's like all this, superficial things. But is this person a good character? Can I rely on this person? Will this person be a good father to my children? Can I depend on them? So to your point, I think once we get back from not just thinking about material things, and I mean, it's important, but it's not the only thing, then we could have better relationships, would lead to better marriages, would lead to better families, because that is the foundation of civilization: families, community.
Yeah. I think people are saying they can. Oh, the studio is full. Sorry. Let's try doing it now. Single women are happier than married women.
Not statistically, no. That's not correct.
I don't know about this. I don't know who is happier. I just know. Yeah.
Can you even statistically prove happiness?
I mean, they try to do it. I don't believe them. The Scandinavian country is apparently the happiest country in the world, and I'm sitting here like, where? So no.
What do they do? Measure dopamine levels in different groups? Or
I just wanted to say that those things that she mentioned are basic. Those are the base levels. Like any man, whether he has money or not, should have, loyalty and respect and discernment and all of those natural, good human things that a human should have when you're doing your process of elimination and finding your spouse. But when we're talking about finances, we're talking about finances. Advocating that a woman who makes 40,000 and a man who makes 10,000 or whatever number you made, that somehow it's going to be easier for the woman to get more things, and then argue the other point that we are worried about so many things. It just doesn't make any sense. A woman who makes 40,000 will have the extra $10,000 of a man in her household, but she'll also have the burden of being the counselor and the advocator and the nurturer of the said man, when she could really be focusing on making her 40,000 80,000. You know what I mean? If that man wasn't there with the 10,000, he was focused on making his 10,000 20,000, and that woman was working on making her 80,000, her 40,000 80,000. That's how we're going to grow our community. So this whole just get together.
Can I ask a quick question?
No. I have an announcement, because I just got a notification on Instagram and people are still mad at me. The other night when I said, please message me, and the first 10 people will get the book. I have the 10 people. But please note, there were over like 60 people who messaged me on Instagram. I have not gone through all those messages. So if you're mad that I have not responded to you, please note it's not because, I think LB might be the only person I've responded to on Instagram from here. And that's because her thing comes straight. I don't know why. So you guys all mad at me, and I just got a really nasty message about not wanting to be a part of the community again. I won't call you out. It's fine. It's okay if you don't. Just know that my time is not yours. I'm sorry. This is how I'm going to have to put it, because I think that there is some kind of disruption. So let me just be clear. I love connecting with you guys. I do. I really genuinely do. This brings me a ton of joy. It is also extremely time consuming. And while I would like to give you every single part of my time, because you guys do give me time, and that is something that is extremely valuable to me. It's the most valuable thing you can give someone is your time. I don't take that for granted. I appreciate it. I actually really, really, really do appreciate it. However, I cannot. It's like almost 10,000 of you to one of me. I cannot give you guys the exact amount of interest and time that you give to me. It's unfair. I know it's unfair, and I apologize. But let me just say I can't do it. I can't do it. And if you're expecting me to be able to do it and respond with a full-fledged sort of paragraph about life and how it's happening and all of that, I can't do it. So I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just can't. So take your piece. If that means that you need to like leave. But I like, this is like the second message I got in the last 2 days, because I literally was like stepping back from my Instagram because there were too many people messaging me. So sorry. I can't. Anyway, oh, so she's advocating 50-50. We need resources, hierarchy of needs, not having necessities rules out a partner, regardless of character. Yeah, I mean, I you can't just be super nice and we all broke. I don't know, like if we can't even afford to feed each other, like your how nice you are doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it does, and I like you as a person, but like if we're like unable to feed ourselves and our children, I don't know. Thank you. All right, I think me, not me. Wait, was there someone on here who wanted to speak that we did not get to speak? Sorry for that announcement.
CC and Hope have been waiting for a while.
Oh wait,
CC and Hope have been waiting for a while.
CC and Hope. All right,
Actually,
Hope,
Hope been here longer than me, so Hope,
yeah,
take it away.
Go ahead, Hope. Hope, go ahead.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me?
Perfectly.
Hey everybody. I have so many notes in front of me right now, I don't even know where to start. But I think it comes down to basically 2 points, which is the system versus the individual. Like, from what I hear the whole time, it's like, sorry, I'm a little nervous. It looks like people are they go in and out of this argument and using the system as a cudgel against Black women. So it's like whenever they get pinned down. So we'll be talking about the choices individual Black women should make. Like the book was saying, like open up your options, and we're just using numbers and facts, and just there are like more than 2 million Black women than Black men. And then people will go in and out of saying, oh, but the system is not letting Black men do this, or the system is not letting Black men do that. So, and then on the flip side, it's like there is this huge manosphere, whatever, telling women to do this and do that, which is complete nonsense. And it comes down to this. The fact of the matter is, Black men did not create the white supremacist system. Women did not create patriarchy. Black women sure as hell did not create the white supremacist patriarchy. And the fact that like people are using the system to say, oh, well, Black women uphold it, or that's using that as an excuse for why they should take responsibility for changing it, is completely absurd when they're the ones suffering the most from it. And at the same time, trying everything in their power. Not all of them. They don't always succeed. So they're not always quote unquote consistent, but they're trying. They're trying to go to school. They're trying to get coaching. They're trying to do whatever it is that they need to do. And then when we talk about accountability, they're the ones when they're single parents, they stick around. So to me, it becomes absolutely like nonsensical when people use the system only against Black women, but not really to make a change. Because when it comes down to, okay, the system's there, we already talked about, like, or at least, we know Black women didn't create it. Okay, and then now we're switching to talking about individuals. Individuals do try, or should try, at least everybody else does, to do what's best for them. So it's completely absurd to say that Black women shouldn't marry up or date up or blah 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 because the community, so they should grade on a curve or whatever. And to say things like education is superficial or non-essential or blah blah blah. The fact of the matter is, if I make $40,000, I'm not going to get with somebody who makes $10,000, $20,000, because we're not even taking into account the fact that even now, even progressive so-called like feminist whatever households, the women still do more work at home than the men do. We're not taking into account the lifestyle. So if I'm going to go on a date, if I'm educated and I go on a date with somebody, what are we going to discuss? If I'm trying, like, literally, I'm going to be going, I'm not going to say, I'm going to be going somewhere in the weekend, and if he can't afford to go with me, what kind of lifestyle are we going to have? Also, there's another option, which is not to get married, because the whole marriage is a legal contract, which merges the resources of both beings. Why would you merge with somebody who has less than you when you can just be by yourself and just outsource the things you don't want to do? And I'm not saying that completely fulfills a role of a man. I'm not trying to demean the role of men in women's lives. That's not what I'm trying to say. But what I'm saying is this weird dichotomy that, oh, well, you gotta date down, or just, I don't know, it's just so frustrating. Does
It's
that make sense?
lazy. It's lazy. It's lazy. It's like you need to date down or you won't have anyone. How about no, you get better.
Exactly. And then it's I just can't get over the entitlement. Why would you be entitled to having a wife if you
Oh
can't
no, they're
afford
gonna
one?
say, well, you're the one who want a husband. All right, but Hafiz will let you know that the people who go out and do bad things because they don't have a partner are men. So it sounds like men really need these women.
And it sounds like men should be holding each other accountable that go out and do these bad things. Because if a
Well,
man
if
can't
that
stop a
that's not
man,
gonna that you're asking for too much then, because if the orange pill is to be believed, men can change men, but they can sure try to change women.
okay,
They
so
can.
if men can't change men, wouldn't it behoove us as women to choose the best situation that we can be in because we're surrounded by quote unquote bad men?
Period.
Wouldn't it behoove us to pick the strongest dude around in
Yep.
any kind of
No,
capacity?
because Black women don't deserve it.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, thank you. Who said that? Period. Yes.
Sierra, hi,
Like,
how y'all
do
doing?
black women?
Call me Cece.
The question to Ralph Richard Banks was, do black women deserve? Well, let me play this. Let's play this question again. Let's have this young man ask this question that I definitely completely left out.
Themis,
I know
real quick, because
exactly.
I'll have to go because I have a presentation at the college tomorrow that I really need to get ready for, and I've been up way too late. But
Go ahead. Go ahead.
the last thing I will say is that life is about trade-offs. We will not get everything that we want. We will not get everything that we desire and that we hope for. And I think that America has done a good job of letting us believe this American dream, which is really feeding into capitalism. Buy more stuff, do more stuff because you'll feel better about yourself. But my business was booming and I had my son and I shut it down because he takes precedent. Even now, I'm trying to build up from what I started because I had after the traumatic experience of my first son and him dying, it just doesn't measure up. And for a while, I thought I had to get this money, be acclaimed, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, no, what's the most important thing is my son and my husband. So we're still working on all those things, but that's what this world will make you think. focusing on the bag, focusing on being business is the most important thing, which is not. Relationship is the most important thing.
I mean, I feel for you, and I thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that. I think that I mean, the truth is, you're right. We are in a capitalistic society, which also means we need resources. Like, it's kind of that simple.
Yeah. Well, y'all have a good night, everyone.
You too.
Hi. Okay. She gone. All right. I
No,
just
don't
have
do
like
that. Wait. Oh, wait. Who was that?
CC.
Yeah, please don't do that. And the reason is, like, I mean,
I'm sorry.
no, the reason is I want to laugh, but I recognize it's not right. Like, and so, like, it's easy to make those jokes and like,
I
and it's
respect that.
kind of funny, but yeah, let's not do that.
I respect you and your space, so I will go with the laws of the land. But thank you for letting me up. I have like a whole page in front of me, and I'm not even gonna sit here and jibber jabber and filibuster about something deeply about anecdotal evidence. Hi, hashtag Black Women. I love your channel. Has anyone on the panel read the book? I haven't gotten all the way through it, to be honest with you. But it's funny because I haven't heard very much about the book. So here I go, not saying very much about the book. From what I've heard tonight, I'm sorry if you hear my voice shaking. I feel, I guess, impassioned or enraged, and or a mixture of those. Um, Excuse me. It's so funny how, as Black women, we are the most educated demographic in America. We go to these colleges, these PWIs. We're pumped full with all of this information. And then all we can seem to just keep repeating is, well, it's the capitalist structure is why the men that are technically, since we're in a patriarchy, they should be above us. That's why they aren't. It's really funny how everybody becomes a capitalistic expert. Everybody becomes a Marxist, all of this, even though it's scientific, well, not scientifically, I guess statistically proven that Black people, especially Black women, are some of the most conservative people walking around, yet they vote against their interests. But we're going to come back to that. When people are talking about what Black women deserve and, well, it's all about character, and I must go with someone that, I just feel spiritually connected with. Nobody says this to the Asian women who married all of those white soldiers after World War II, after Hiroshima came through, and their whole economic structure over there fell apart. Nobody said that to them. Nobody was like, well, you need to help the men over here. Nobody said that. And I wonder why. It's because everybody else understands except Black people, but especially Black women. Everybody else can go off of strategy. Everybody else can do what's best for them evolutionarily. Everybody can do what's best for them except us. We have been socialized to go against human nature and evolution. When a woman understands, or let's not even say a woman. I hate saying female. Do I have to say female? Okay. When an XX chromosome understands that the environment that she is in and the children that she will birth, that they will be in danger, she finds a way to make sure that the environment that she is
You
in.
can say woman, by the way.
Well,
Like,
I don't want, no, because I don't want to, people who give birth. I don't know what to say nowadays. I don't want to. I don't know what to say. But everybody understands. Why would I want to birth a child in a war zone? Nobody does that. But we have been socialized to do this in slavery. And slavery is something that is highly unnatural. Yet we had to go through generations and generations of it. And everybody has read, post-traumatic slave syndrome. I don't have to get into all of that. Intergenerational epigenetic trauma. Like I said, we're all scholars until the topic of men comes up, until the topic of actual survival comes up. We are all scholars until that comes up. Then it's about what I feel, da 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 this and da 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 that. Lord. What I will say is that the ego will play tricks on itself. All women base their self-image off of the patriarchal structure that they are, exist within. The men of our system hate us, and we know this. And it's not well, my husband loved me. I don't care. Just on a collective level, the men in our structure hate us. And you can see it by who they uplift. And you can see when they get money, who they go with. It's so crazy how we are all experts on colorism and racism and mass incarceration, all these things, until it comes to the topic of, okay, well, what is the best economically? What is the best socially? Everybody understands that until it comes to, well, who is the best, I guess, who is the best option to go with? Then it's, well, he can't do it because of, well, he's in jail because of, I don't know. What's an event? Something that crack in the 80s, crack that happened back in the 80s somehow is affecting a 16-year-old in 2022. I don't know. I don't really play into it, but all I'm saying is we as Black women suffer from low self-esteem collectively. And it's apparent in this panel tonight. That man Orange Pillow sat up here and really played in our faces and really was like, oh, I got bad Wi-Fi connection, knowing damn well he did not have an answer to your very legitimate question. And we allowed it. And it's been like that for the past 600 years. Men who play up in our faces and blame a whole power structure and compare themselves to us instead of the other men. Who's that guy, Dini? That really sat up here and compared white women to Black women. Instead of him, go build something. That's all I have to say. I'm not about to sit here and hog up the mic. Go build something. That's it, y'all.
Demas, can I say something real quick?
You
Demas, you're
can.
muted. Okay.
Thank you. You can, but like, so Cece just came up here to drag. Like, go build something. All right, go ahead, Hope.
So I just wanted to mention a couple things because it looks like earlier people were just throwing a fit about certain definitions. When people say date down or marry down, we're talking about financially down. And when we say marry down or date down academically, we're talking about degrees and such. And it looks like everybody's so triggered just by definition. Let me trigger people a little bit more. The fact of the matter is, I'm not trying to, but simple facts will trigger people. We live in a capitalistic system. I don't like it, but it is what it is. And the fact of the matter is, marriage and inheritance still play a really large role in women's finances and how they gain or lose finances. For example, Forbes it says that out of the women's Forbes 400, only 11 are designated as self-made. 11 out of 400. So the rest are from inheritance or marriage or divorce. And it's still the same thing when you look at the wealth. We talk about the income gap all the time, but we don't really talk about the wealth between single women / married women / widowed women. Widowed women actually have more wealth than everybody else. So this is not superficial. This is just, it sucks, but it is a fact of life that marriage is a huge commitment, and it affects where you and your children are, if you're gonna have any.
Wait,
forever
before
and
you
evermore.
continue, I think this question for me is the audacity. This right here is the audacity.
One of the questions, simply put, is do Black women deserve better than what Black men have to offer? That seems like a very heavy question there, but is that essentially what it is? Do we not measure up to the quality of Black women right now?
That was so loaded.
Excuse me.
No.
Wait,
Sorry.
formally,
Dini just
wait,
said, go
wait,
build something. Are you sure you want to go there with me?
wait. Before you go, Cece, formally.
Hi, Themis.
Oh, you were here before. I remember your voice now. I thought this was a guy.
No, it's me. I know my voice is deep, but it's just me.
Yeah,
A
no,
fellow
your voice is
Jamaican,
not.
by the way.
Period. Your voice is not. I actually remember your voice. I saw the name only, and I was like, I hope this is not one more fight, but continue.
No, I was just pointing out that that was a very loaded question.
Yeah, it was a setup.
I feel as though it puts a repulse valuation on Black
Wait,
women.
did you see how he answered the question yet?
No, I never see it yet. But wait, hold on, though.
Go ahead, and then I'll play it.
Have you Googled his wife yet?
Huh?
The host seems to be taking. He seems to act as though it's a slight for sisters should be dating out, but I don't think the host is with a very sisterly sister. I think she's either biracial or of another race, and I just found it
Surprise,
fascinating
surprise.
that. Okay. I found it fascinating that he was behaving as though it was such an affront to for for women to consider dating out, and I don't understand what I'm so tongue tied in this because I've had this discussion before. Themis, you know this saying. I hope you know this saying. I'm not too old, and maybe you can explain it to our fellow American friends. Dopino for fight. You ever heard that saying?
Dopino for frightened.
Yes. That means you pick and choose who you think is your most your least, like punching down. You pick and choose who to punch down on because you know who's most vulnerable, who's most liable to fall for the okie doke, as you Americans put it. And I feel like with all these statistics, you know what, I had to address so much. I was watching so much and I should have wrote it down, but I started washing my dishes. She said, so the thing is, I find that the sister was talking about was it Africa Pop?
Mm-hmm.
I realize what she's going through. There is a certain mourning a Black woman.
Stop.
Wait, hear me out before you hear me, because I'm not on her side.
No, I
Hear
know
me
you're
out,
not
hear me
on her
out.
side. I know you're not on her side. I don't know you're not on her side. I'm not.
Wait, just hear me out, Themis. Just hear me out. Hear me out, please.
I'm going to hear you out, but before you go, I just want to say be careful. She just divulged something that actually made me really sad, and be careful. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am. I'm very sensitive. But what I think is a lot of Black women, when we start going through our path to realizing our circumstances, it seems difficult to find your male counterpart as unpalatable for you as a mate. It's a sense of mourning you go through when you realize that it's very unlikely for me to find someone within my own race who'll meet my standards. And I think that's what she's struggling with, and that's where this dichotomy occurs. I mean, I know it seems like I'm not trying to make fun of it, because I've been through that. It's very difficult to come to terms with that.
It's so easy, and I'm glad you framed it this way, because that's respectful, and I appreciate you for that. I think I don't know her life, and I'm not going to pretend to know her life. I don't know anyone's life really. But I've asked people to give grace because it's so important. And not everyone is at the same place in the journey as you are. And I think that there are people who and like it's beautiful in some ways, right? There are people who are like black love, and I want black love, and I'll go get black love and all of that. And I understand where it comes from. I get it. I wish more men were saying that, and because they're not, it makes women who say that seem like detached, like misinformed about what men want. And it doesn't mean all men, but like these men are loud. And Dean says, I'm using Dean now because he said he's pro black and all of that stuff. And he watches the manosphere, yet he doesn't understand the anti-black womanhood that exists there, and that for me is a problem, right? Like it's not just, oh my God, you watch something entertaining. No, you're claiming to be pro-black and you want black love and all of that stuff, yet you are over here upset with this content and not with the manosphere talking about Maria going to take black men and the white women are more submissive and this is why black men are leaving. And you should be over there commenting, not over here. And so for me, it's like, it's sad because like I know the loyalty on a personal level and then statistically of black women in the community. And so knowing that and then seeing all the foolishness happening online, it's not right. Like that's the hill I'm going to die on. It's not right. What is happening is not right.
Agreed.
Yeah. So, but I do give grace for women because like you're indoctrinated with it. If you're Christian, you're definitely going to have it. And you your father or your grandfather or your uncle and your mother, actually your mother and women in your family engage in this way where there is a prioritizing of black manhood, and the need to be with a black man in the black community, and that you need to stick by them and you need to ride or die. And the interesting thing is that you don't only need to become successful and independent for yourself, but also to take care of a man. And it's this weird sort of infantilizing of, you know what, let me stop because I don't want to be dragging black men and be called out for that. Anywho, let's hear the
Miss,
full.
can I ask one question?
Go ahead.
Do you ever read bell hooks?
Yes.
One day, can you sit down and read page 179 by bell hooks? I have it in front of me, but I know that this is your show. But
What book?
Rock My Soul. Rock My Soul.
If you want to read it quickly, you can. By quickly, I mean you can read it slowly. It's fine.
Okay. Do you know how we were talking about black males always giving advice to women versus men, right?
Yep, and Orange Pill said it's because black men won't take the advice, but black women will, essentially.
I think it's because deep down men still feel like their patriarchy trumps any contribution most women can make. But I noticed this in this Bell Hooks' book. It says, overall, page 178, overall, most black males are unwilling to critique sexism because their constant claim that they have been emasculated, unable to be patriarchs is the one narrative that gets white male attention. Black men of all classes are fantasy bonded with the image of the rich and powerful white man who can do anything he wants without having to consider the rights of others. This is the one desire that black males have that white men understand. It acts as a bridge, a meeting place across a chasm of difference of culture and style. And I always found that quite powerful, that black men are basically bonded and they've codified themselves on the whole belief that they're men first, but they preach black power to females so that they can indoctrinate women and keep women beholden to them, despite them living out the life as they see fit without any reciprocity. So I just wanted to share that with everyone. I'll shut up now.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. But we're gonna watch the whole answer. We already did it, but I like how Ralph Richard Banks reframed the question.
There, but is that essentially what it is? Do we not measure up to the quality men have to offer? That seems like what is, do black women deserve better than what black men have to offer? That seems like a very heavy question there, but is that essentially what it is? Do we not measure up to the quality of black women right now?
That's really a great way to put it. And I will admit that I usually think about it from the other perspective, which is that is it fair to ask black women to sacrifice their own happiness on the altar, as it were, of black men's struggles? And
Okay,
I think not.
What is that?
I think not.
Okay, what's that sacrifice
I
necessarily when we're talking about, and I asked you this question yesterday, is it always marrying down if the person you're marrying doesn't make as much money or have the same level of education. Could be a good guy.
Yeah, he could be a good guy, and lots of relationships work across classes. That's true. But it's also the case that for everyone, not simply for the women, but for the men as well, having a spouse who is matched to you educationally in terms of your outlook, your aspirations, your experiences, that's a positive thing. So it's actually not a great thing for the wife or the husband if they're in a mismatched relationship.
All right, and we know a lot of conversations were started yesterday because of this topic, and I had one of these conversations at my house with Mrs. Holmes, and one of these things that keeps coming up is how do you, and the word I think my wife used was reprogram, if you will, Black women, because you're suggesting they need to be open to dating outside.
I just played it for a longer time, but essentially, it became a fairness question as opposed to do you deserve and not deserve. And that was a good reframing. Like that is how you do an interview. In fact, to the extent you are allowed to, I think a lot of people should reframe in an effort to reject the premise of most questions. Unless you're essentially filibustering, right? Like, no. The caller literally said, "Oh, I don't know what Dean is talking about. He's talking to someone in there." But I think that's how most Black men actually interpret the educational point. It's not about fairness to the woman, but rather, oh, they think they deserve better. And I mean, even in that sense, yes, yes. But also, that's not how you should think about it. Is it fair for me to want to be with someone who is doing so well and is so academically inclined? Can everyone mute themselves? And so academically inclined. Is it right for me to want to be there without actually improving myself? Do I, by virtue of being a man, deserve to be there? And the answer is no, you don't. You don't speak the language, you don't have the culture, and it's just going to be different. I'm not saying it won't work. It's just like, no. But you can if you decide to be better. Yeah. I feel like that's simple. Anyway, let's do closings now. Me, not me. Go ahead, because I feel like I'm sorry. I don't think you've gotten the chance to speak.
No worries. There's been a lot of good things said, and a lot of things that were questionable, and some things that were quite disturbing. So I just kind of wanted to start a little bit back on this educational part, and I've come on before and spoke about this here and there because I really just, I hate to harp on it, but I really I think that people undervalue the educational aspect so much in this conversation. And just even having this conversation has been very difficult. And there's two classes I definitely recommend everyone take, and that's statistics and that's logic or critical thinking. Because you
please take
statistics. Because if you can't, that's what and we have to spend so much time regarding the statistics, just synthesizing the information that we can't really get to the topic, and so that's what takes up a lot of time and energy. And so
while you're at it, take argumentation. It doesn't have to be legal argumentation, but there are classes on argumentation. Please do that.
Absolutely. You need to know how to debate properly.
Specifically, the orange pill. When we talk orange pill, like sometimes, like the fact. Anyway, continue.
No, and I know the last 2 hours of all of your streams is always you arguing like semantics with someone and it's so painful to watch you do, Themis. So I feel bad that you have to do that so frequently. And someone just said that's a graduation requirement, but take it again in college. They keep offering it, believe it or not. And so I think, it's like we just have to get the framework together in order to have these conversations so that we can really, so that we know that everyone can comprehend the data and that we don't have to argue, over statistics. And I got in kind of in the middle of, those statistics that
I don't remember what her name was. It was Africa something, had put forth. And then they were kind of skewed based on, her description of them versus what you had actually seen. But, I had some questions about that study. I don't know if it was really kind of like a longitudinal study. I know it was done last year, but was that just a snapshot of graduates for the year of 2021, or was that, the population in whole? Because if we think about it, like along with, this male education crisis where all men are going to college less and pursuing, higher education less often. So there are still then Black men that are alive that are educated. So are they included in that statistic? So there's probably 60, 70, 50-year-old men, that are educated, that have these bachelor's degrees and have these advanced degrees. How many of the young men in these marriageable age groups are the ones that have these advanced degrees? And so, my contention with that, even though it did show a discrepancy, it wasn't very large, but the rate is not something that I heard addressed. What is the rate of the women getting more degrees? Because it has increased dramatically. Therefore, you still have older men when women were not becoming educated from the 50s and 60s and so forth. They're still alive. They're still included, from what I saw.
And that is the biggest point that the Brookings, not the Pew Institute, was making. It is about the rate of college attendance. Anyway.
So that's the girls that we're talking to today, not, the people of yesteryear who are of course still included, in these statistics. So when we're analyzing these things and talking about them, it's 3%, but is that 3%, that's going to be women that are probably around the age of 25 to 35. And that's probably going to be Black men that are much older, and are they even are they even viable in that marriage pool? So I think that would need to be analyzed as well, in addition to, are these people incarcerated? Because they can also still be incarcerated and still have a degree. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. So are those folks still included as well? So I think that we just need to spend some time delving into exactly, who these populations are, because I feel that the gap would be much larger than even depicted there, as far as, quality men that are available for partnering, so that's kind of just what I wanted to say.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But let's do it. Well, not let's do it, but just randomly. Think about underemployment, unemployment, literal homelessness and poverty. Think about education level, and then think about the prison system and what we have. I don't understand how anyone can push back or would want to push back against the fact that we need to step it up. And even if you're going to push back against that, at least what I will abide is say systemic racism. Just come in and say systemic racism. Just say that. Because at this point, I'm not going to fight you on it, but it's at least say that. Because if you're just pushing back and no, it's not. Let me not attack Africa because she's not here to defend herself. So let me just continue. Thank you.
The last little thing I wanted to say really quickly was just about, everyone saying, oh, it's okay if, the woman has a degree or not, or if they do. And, why can't they still date the nice guy and everything, and the man that's less educated? There's no credence ever kind of given to, or any value given to, this intellectual imbalance. And, Africa talked a little bit about, as it in the framework of snobbery or looking down or leading with discussing your degrees. But aside from that, there is a true intellectual imbalance that can occur. How are you having, meaningful conversations and understanding, and that's not a slight to people that may not have, a very high level of education. But, if you're thinking of an adult talking to a child, it's not disrespectful that they can't ever understand everything that you're saying. They're not really kind of there. They cannot grasp everything. And I feel like on your platform, I see lots of folks having these conversations, and the struggle to grasp is why I don't engage with the manosphere, because of that intellectual imbalance where we can't set up a framework to have a real discussion, and therefore it feels more like a waste of my time. And then people feel like I may have an attitude or I may be arrogant, but it's not that. It's I literally cannot communicate with you, so we cannot form a bond. So that was the last thing.
I just learned that with Chase just now. The article said it was based on COVID, so the last 2 years. Thank you. Yeah, I am realizing that there are conversations that I cannot, as patient as you want to be, it's just not going to happen. Like, he going to yell over you and he's not going to stay on mute. It's just not going to happen. So thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Who is next? Go ahead, Hope. Wait, no, I am not for everyone. You've been waiting. I apologize. You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, great. I thought you were gonna go with Hope, but okay. Let's see. Where was I gonna start with? So much to say. Let's see. Well, I want to start with first. I just really don't understand it. Why it is that when males don't ever meet the standard, they're always quote unquote the good guy. I don't understand that. Anytime a male literally cannot meet the standard, it's automatically, well, he's a good guy. Based on what? How do you know that?
Yeah.
So he doesn't meet the standard automatically. He's just a good guy. That doesn't make any sense. And while we're on the subject, if we're going to talk about women having to quote unquote date down, then males and men should have no problem with dating overweight women. You should have no problem dating overweight women. You should have no problem marrying overweight women, or marrying or dating unattractive women. You should have no problem with that.
Wait. Oh my God. Orange Pill literally just wasted his money to make a statement that is irrelevant.
Big money.
You do realize he's talking about educated women, right? Like, okay, so Bang said, should black women sacrifice happiness for black men's struggles? Was as poorly worded as the interviewer's question. He said it generally, not making any distinction or specifics, because his book already talks about the specifics. The book specifically talk about the women he is talking about. He's not talking about everyone, right? And even in the interview, they're interviewing in the context of the book. So no, his reframing is not as bad. The reason I'm reacting to this is because you just spent $50 to. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand why. Period. You're a high value man. I'm just gonna assume you're a high value man, and you don't even feel this. He already framing fear into black women. He's already framing fear into marrying all black men. Like more globally. I don't know. I mean, globalism took black men out of the home. I'm just gonna say globalism took black men out of the home. Period. I don't know what to do. I feel terrible. I feel like crappy because it's like why and like how and like when and how much. I just. Orange Pill. I mean, this is a kind of a flex. Like I'm not gonna lie, this is like kind of a flex, but it's like no, and like no. Email me your Cash App and I'll send it back to you.
No, Themis, you could just Cash App that to me. Thank you. I'm just kidding.
I was like, he could donate it to my organization.
I feel crappy. Like it. I mean, all right. Period. Come through.
Hey.
Go ahead, Amara. What were you saying?
Oh, no, I wasn't the one that was talking. I think it was
Hope.
But I can go. She's done.
It was I'm not for everyone. I don't think she's finished.
So it's 2 a.m. where I am. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I was saying, a lot of these guys are saying, well, women, and particularly black women, should just go ahead and date down and date the good guy. then you guys should have no problem about complaining or whining or moaning about you having to marry and date overweight women or unattractive women. You should be perfectly fine with that. If we're
Yeah.
gonna have to date and marry men who have no income, who are broke, who are unemployed, then you guys should have no problem with dating, marrying, and having children with overweight women or unattractive women. It should be even across the board. So if you're not going to do that, then you shouldn't be talking, especially to black women, about what men they choose, especially if they want men who have income, who have stability. Because if you want a pretty face, then she should have income. It's an even trade. You can't get something for nothing.
Yep. Period.
And it would be nice if men would just rise to the occasion, and if you guys would actually be the so-called natural leaders that you all claim to be.
Well, that's a facade. They just use that word, but it's not a real thing for them.
Oh, I know it's a lie. We all know it's a lie. Well, hopefully everyone you now know, yeah, their leadership capability is a lie. They don't have it.
I think that's what they're afraid to admit. That's the biggest thing. That's the reason why you ask the question and they won't answer it with a yes or a no. They'll start saying, "Oh, well, to be honest with you, let me be honest with you," and start saying all types of random things because they can't
Let me be
admit.
honest with you. The square root of girl.
Yeah, like, what you mean? Let me be honest with you. You should be honest at all times. I'm expecting that you're honest. You have to tell me you're being honest because you know you normally lying.
So
Or the
should black
what you got to
women
understand is, as a man.
Wait, yeah. So so should black women date the best man for the job? So see, what you gotta understand is like Pluto is no longer a planet, right? And so if we do Mercury, Venus, then we get girl, we're not doing this. We're not doing it. Now I'm not sitting here and hearing about the planet with you. And it's ridiculous now. And I realize people are doing initially I thought people were just talking to get their thoughts together. You know, like there are people who can't just talk, right? You have to ruminate a little bit and then express yourself, and they talk until they get to their point. I realize that's not what's happening. People just don't want to answer the question and they're going to talk until they get to their point. A point that I didn't ask, that no one asked, and no one cares about. And it's ridiculous now. And I feel like I you waste my time over and over and over and over again. And it's unfortunate because the women who came on, and maybe because women more generally agree with me, so but women who came on, I mean, even Africa Pop was able to have a conversation. So it's like, why is it so difficult to do it with like men who disagree? And I feel like it's because they don't want to hear where they're wrong and there's some logical inconsistency because they keep trying to overtalk, and I don't know.
I think it's also a lack of education because I feel like if you can't really communication, I feel like communication is the biggest thing in our that we're lacking in our men. You ask them a question, they can't answer it. You try to get an answer out of them, they can't give it to you, especially if it's gonna take a strike on their ego. So with your ego being at the forefront of your communication, you can never get anything done. You know what I mean? How do you finish? How do you complete a process without communicating about it? So we're just gonna struggle with that forever.
My therapist actually point this out for a family member, right? Not mine, but the family therapist. And it's like someone will talk, right? And when we're like doing the whole circle thing to get to one person and say, hey, this is what you're doing wrong, they were like, oh, no, I get it. And they're unable to sit there and listen to how they are wrong. That is ridiculous. Like I don't like that. That's not something you can operate with. Like it's not good to have conversation. Sometimes, even though you might know, you need to sit there and hear what you have done and how it has affected other people. And people don't want to hear that. Anywho, continue. I think that was I'm not for everyone. I think were you finished? I think you were.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I think Amara was talking.
Yeah. No, I'm always gonna go after you. Not after you, but after LB and Deanne. All right, Orange Pill, you came back. Go ahead, go off, Mr. High Value. You are muted. You
No, I didn't say I didn't say I was high value. Just to
Oh no, you
reiterate.
didn't. I'm giving you the label.
Oh, okay, because that $50.
Period.
No, I didn't mind. I always come on, so I'm like, I want to contribute to the channel. I don't just kind of come on here talking. So out of respect. So
Thank you. Poor little old me. I need it.
no.
I do
I really
appreciate.
like.
No,
Regardless of all this, I
no.
appreciate you. I'm sorry. What's that?
Oh, thank you. Go ahead though, because we're
So
back.
yeah. So I guess in regards to what I was thinking that he wasn't really making a distinction. It kind of was just like a statement. It came off pretty negative, so it seemed like he was putting all black men in the box. That's the way it came across to me. That's how I felt. So it was sort of general. It was kind of like it was like kind of like poorly said. I think I knew what he meant, but it was just kind of like it was like, wait a minute, should black women sacrifice their happiness for this black men's struggles? Like, okay, you're assuming that, like I said, it's an assumption. So it's like, what is that? When you say a statement like that, what are you trying to say, really? That's what I came across. That's how I felt. So that's all I got right there.
So, so you thought when he said black women are sacrificing their happiness for to be with black men, you thought what?
It was a kind of it was not a statement of truth. It was kind of like he didn't really put like any specifics. He just kind of said it as a general statement, which is not true. But you kind of put that all black women are sacrificing their happiness.
No. Nope. You added a word. You added the word all.
Okay, that black women are sacrificing their. Okay, if I don't add all and I take all out, what does that change really?
Right.
I'm asking honestly.
No. If you take all out, it becomes statistically provable. When you say all, it's in absolute, and he would be absolutely wrong if he says all black women are sacrificing themselves for their happiness to be with a black man. If you say black women without the word all, he's making a general statement that could or could not be true based on the stats. So the question now is, are black women, generally speaking, right, sacrificing themselves or their happiness for love with a black man?
Now he did say all black men struggle.
He said all. He said all.
Yeah, and I added that all in that first part. I agree there, but he said all when it came to all black men struggles.
All right, let me. I'm not saying you're wrong. If he said all black men, then he's wrong, and that is literally a statistical fallacy. So let's hear this again.
Yeah.
That's essentially what it is. Do we not measure up to the quality of black women right now?
That's really a great way to put it. And I will admit that I usually think about it from the other perspective, which is that is it fair to ask black women to sacrifice their own happiness on the altar, as it were, of black men's struggles? And it's not.
What is that?
I thought he said all.
You heard altar and you thought that was all?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You heard the word altar and you thought he said all?
Fair enough. Close enough, actually. What?
I mean, I don't really want to get hung up what he said all or not, but I guess you saying that it does make a...
No. It is super important if he said all. Okay. Remember, I just said, if I heard him say all, the reason I went back, because I could have, it's 2:00. I don't know. But if he had said all, you would have been correct. He would have been wrong. If he doesn't say all, he can speak in general terms, and you are not correct. So,
but is it a general statement of fact, though, that if we take out all the alls, is that a general statement?
No, that's what I'm going to have you come to the conclusion of.
Okay. Well,
Do you believe Black women are sacrificing their happiness at the altar of Black men's struggle?
no, they're not sacrificing their happiness.
All right. Well, you are incorrect.
I
And
don't
he's
think.
right.
I don't think.
I mean, statistically, he's correct. Like, statistically, we
I
don't
thought you couldn't measure
out.
happiness. I thought
No,
you couldn't measure happiness.
we cannot measure happiness, but we can measure outcome. And we know that being killed is not happiness. So, I mean, at bare minimum, we can use Black femicide. At bare minimum.
But are those the women that are killed, are they married? That's what. Like, if we're gonna go, we're talking marriage, right?
No, we said at the altar of Black. We were talking about relationship. I mean, sure, we can be talking about marriage more specifically, which the book is about, but we're talking about Black women sacrificing quote unquote happiness at the altar of Black men's struggle, specifically in this question. And the answer to that is, well, if the framework for happiness is the bare minimum being alive, then
Like, I mean, I
your
don't
response should be Black femicide was not out at the time. The report was not out at the time. And then I will say, okay, the report is not out at the time. So we can step back a little bit and say, okay, what we're talking about now is economic improvement as a stand-in for happiness, academic achievement as a stand-in for happiness. And if that is the case, if Black women are outpacing Black men, then maybe happiness is not the direct word he should have used, and that Black women are dating down or preventing upward mobility of themselves by only choosing to date Black men who are unable to be on their level or unwilling to be at their level.
I like that. I guess the wording of that better.
Yeah.
I guess like I said, it was. I get what he was trying to say. Like, on their basically on their level, and that's like the framing of it. Like I said, was like just kind of just off. So like I said, when it comes to us talking now, I don't want to be like I said. Obviously, I've learned a lot. I was telling you in the comments just how I'm coming in these conversations and just trying to like meet where you are, like meet in the middle. Like, I'm not here to be like, well, not even go that whole like education thing and all that stuff. Like, well, it's not valuable and all this stuff. I'm like, okay, where are they coming from? Where can we meet in the middle? I know we won't agree on everything. And I'm not here to like say, oh, he said all this. I'm like, I don't want to get hung up on stuff like that. I want to see where we can meet as two Black men talking.
Yeah.
So,
I appreciate that. I appreciate, and now you see why I said you wasted your $50.
Hey, I would have contributed to the channel. Hey, but I see it. I see it.
No,
But
I'm kidding.
I don't.
You're a big bag.
I'll flex like that. Like I said, I'll flex like that. You've been patient with me. Deanne's sure as hell been patient with me.
And Deanne don't suffer anyone.
I'm still trying to be cool with LB at some point in my life, but I don't know.
I was like, I've been nice to you today. I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. But I know there's gonna be stuff. I'm not touching Black femicide stuff. That is not my thing. Is that I've never gone through it. I can't. As me as a wife, I should be a lot more sensitive to that. So I'm like, look, that's not. That's why when you said that kind of froze, I was like, look, I'm not. Like, even though like I don't want to speak on that. So.
All right.
I just wanted to say that
I can't touch that one.
I just wanted to say that you can change Black men because you just changed Orange Pill a little bit, and I'm sure with a few more episodes, he'll be completely changed.
Yeah, I'm a project in the works. Just watch the progress from when Pink Pill to now.
No, that is actually an interesting point, though, Amara. For Orange Pill, you said I have changed your perspective, but you also said we can change Black men. So maybe we can. I have hope then. Maybe my hope is.
Yes, I guess I kind of did defeat my argument when I said that. Just from my
Ooh,
opinion.
sounds like you just up here contradicting yourself, but it's okay. Everything you learn here, just take it to other Black men and teach them, because now we know Black men can be taught. Look at you, gold star for you on your forehead.
Period.
I was gonna say,
Oh
All
my
right, let's
God.
wrap this up
really,
now.
Now
Let's wrap this up on
can
this
I
I
just
just
really
was saying.
good note.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, LB.
I just wanted to say that I do really respect that, Orange Pill, that you were able to acknowledge that you were wrong and be okay with it and like sit in it so that you're able to grow, because that's like a major thing that people don't miss. And it kind of it hints to Amara's previous comment on education. One of the things that you do learn when you go to college is just like you learn how to fail if it makes sense at all. I
Yeah.
think anybody who's got higher education knows that like through your education you have moments of like failure, or at least like ego breaking, where you have to, in order to grow and to make it through college, you sometimes have to admit that you're wrong. And not everybody gets that chance in life. Like, you don't have to go to college to experience that. But if you go to college, you're likely to experience that. So, like, I think that it's important that you demonstrated that today, that, like, sometimes you have to acknowledge when you're wrong so that you're able to move forward and grow.
Yeah.
That's
And with that, we're going into the after show so everyone can say their good nights. All right. Let's go. Let's do CC then Hope.
Sorry about that.
I
Y'all saw
Go
my
ahead.
on it. It's all
Go
right.
ahead.
But yes, I think it was not for everyone who said that the biggest issue, or I guess like divide between Black men and Black women, is communication. I would have to disagree with that. I don't think it's communication. I mean, we have one of the biggest music genres in the world that's based on being able to talk and communicate well. So I don't think it's communication.
You really think hip hop
I think
music is about communicating well still?
no, I think
Because
it's
I don't
about
know what they be talking
accountability.
about.
I
Go
think
ahead,
it's
I'm
about
kidding.
accountability. I mean, this whole, even the video of Ralph Richard Banks on CNN with the guy, oh, you should just go with a nice guy. It's just like this whole thing of like Black women basically being the bottom and get the scraps, or as long as he treats you nice, it's okay. Like, and I think that this delves into a deeper issue where I know, well, I think we all know, and by the way the chat is going and just how Black people speak about Black men and women and our relationships, is that Black men subconsciously, whether they know it or not, know that they are not real men in the way that that white patriarchy, or I guess just the world in general, because I guess the way the world has been going for as long as the world has been white patriarchy, but they know that they're not actually real men, in the sense that yes, they have the anatomical features, they have the penis and all of that, but they aren't actually men. So it's like this whole thing of like even subconsciously being up here arguing with women all night. It's like, it's interesting because everything, when you don't have capital, when you
Wait,
aren't.
stop. I'm gonna stop you there for 2
Oh,
seconds,
sorry about
just to
that.
be fair. No,
Sorry
you're
about
fine. I would not frame it as they're up here arguing with women, precisely for the fact that I do want more conversation with men. And I
Can I
don't.
rephrase?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Comparing themselves to women
Yeah,
because on
I
an
don't like that either.
economical standard, in a
Agree.
more so,
Agree.
I guess, financial, or however you want to say it,
No, by the way, when I say I
comparing
agree with this.
themselves
Yeah.
to the women in their community.
Yeah.
Okay. Comparing themselves to the women within the community, being like, well, I can teach you because they will not, they won't listen to me. And it's just this whole thing of going off of moralistic arguments and even just filibustering and, going off of semantics and throwing distractions and deflections. It's all about superficiality, which we know that, a lot of our culture, at least what we exhibit to the world, we're hyper visible as Black Americans. Or I know we have some people of the diaspora in here as well, but everything is just really off of superficiality and just, well, I can't give you economic backing. I can't give you protection. I can't prevent redlining, but I have swag. I can't prevent you from being the next Reese Taylor, but I make pretty kids. That whole
Yeah.
back and forth. And it's the
By the
thing
way,
of,
sorry, freedom, love, non LG, blah, 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 blah. Black people are hopeless. I wish you would come on here.
oh,
Go ahead.
no, just this whole thing of, well, the highest you can get is someone who can treat you nice. The highest you can get is a guy who, you know well, if we have a connection, that's all I need, because they know that you've been taking care of yourself since, I guess, the whenever the Emancipation Proclamation, or whenever, we've been taking care of ourselves and the children. So if I can't even give you money, then at the very least, I can give you comfort, support, or that. And even that, a lot of Black men say, I won't even give you that. You don't even deserve that. So if you have a Black man who is willing to give that to you, then that is, take it. That's seen as golden, kind of like breadcrumbing. I can't give you a full meal. So as long as I can give you half of the meal, you should be able to take it. This should be enough for you. And the culture is very much driven off of that. And that in turn has made Black women view ourselves as some sort of half quasi beings, because we can be, I guess, machines of work, of labor, and all of these things. We can definitely be sexual agents, we can definitely be all these things, but we can't be women in the way that, I guess, white femininity is exalted. So we can be all these. It's basically like kind of being genderless in a sort of fashion. So it's weird, it's odd. But yes, it's just, I feel as though this whole conversation is because it's being unspoken about how Black men basically have kind of failed, well, not kind of, have failed the community in the way that, well, white supremacy has caused them from being able to be economically sufficient. So I can be sufficient in every other kind of way. But when you live in a white patriarchy, for a man at least, being sufficient, I guess, in every other way, which I guess peacocking, all of these things, having musical talent, being, sexually capable, that doesn't really matter as much as having financial capital. And I don't have financial capital, but the women in my community seem as though they can get it for themselves. And for that, I resent them. And for that, they should be happy I even want to be around them. So yeah, that's it. I got class in the morning.
All right. Yeah, go rest.
Thank y'all. This is my first time being up here. Y'all so nice. Bye.
No, you're nice. I appreciate you for your. See, this is something that I'm going to compliment you on this. I like the fact that you didn't take offense to the sort of standard procedures we have here, where even when you were corrected, you stood in that. And that's something that I can truly appreciate. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate that.
And thank you, because I feel as though, especially, what would you call this sector of YouTube? I have no idea. But I feel as though it is, and one thing I will say I love about your channel, I think Mahogany Pink's subscribers drove me over here, directed me over here. One thing I really admire about your channel and your mods, y'all do not play with the name calling. That's the number one reason why I don't like going onto panels. I don't even like watching panels. It's the whole calling people. I don't even want to say the words, but the character off of Gone with the Wind, calling people those like tropes and things. I think it's ugly. I think it's childish, and it says a lot about our mindsets, because we can't even be adults without having to throw out a slur, it's counterproductive, because that drives people away from wanting to come up and share. I was so scared that when I came up here, people were going to try and call me certain things, which I know I'm not, but people were, name calling. That it's very immature. What does that solve? It solves nothing. It makes people shut off from the conversation. And nobody is ever above being corrected. And I'm not driven by ego. And a lot of that's within our culture, especially nowadays. But what's in our culture is being driven by ego. And I just heard that in the conversation. A lot of it was being driven by personal anecdotes, by ego protection. Well, I didn't like the way you said, and this will just word it a different way. No, the facts are the facts. And that is how the world works. And I think we as Black people, we live inside of a bubble. You know, we live inside of a bubble where we're so used to having to navigate the Black male ego that we even it's become like our animus in our head, you know, like we can only word things a certain way, so, or accept things when it's said in a kind tone or whatever. So thank you and good night.
Have a good night. I appreciate that. Hope, go ahead.
What she said is perfect, and it brings me right down to my point when she was talking about the ego. Is and I've heard this from not just men, some women today. It's the need to humble educated women, especially educated Black women. I find it despicable because it's not just humbling; it's degrading. So we talk about education. Oh, it's not that much. Oh, we talk about income. Oh, it's not that much. Or it's a constant just degrading when every other society is like, oh no, we're gonna filter out for, oh, I have a bachelor, I need to have a wife or date somebody with a bachelor degree at least. Like it's backwards. It's absolutely backwards. And then they threaten women with singledom as if it's just like the worst thing in the universe. And the fact of the matter is, the risks for women of being with men, especially Black women, it's still there. All the risks are still there, whether sexual or physical or all. I'm not going to go into all the details. The risks are there of pregnancy, so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is, now we have an option to go work and get educated, and with most of us have came from struggle, whether it's being immigrants or native African Americans, and it's as if we didn't go through any of that struggle, as if we just all magically came here with our master's degrees and just just it's just very disheartening to just constantly just be degraded. And at the same time, it's like it's just in the service of Black men's egos. And it's how is this helping anybody? Like what's this is the thing. Look at it from the perspective of like a single woman who, let's say, just has a degree, earns average money, just lives in her little apartment, just chilling. What is the incentive to get married to somebody who makes less, who what is it that quote unquote they bring to the table? Like what are you earning? When we know scientifically, even when they do research, I'm sorry, I don't have the research with me, but so far, even in 2022, women of all educational backgrounds do more housework and more emotional work than men. It doesn't matter if they call themselves liberal, progressive, or anything. So you're getting what? A child?
Yeah, that's the second
Than
shift.
you?
The sociology paper you're thinking about is a second shift for women.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, like, imagine she's just living her life. She goes to work, pays her bills, does whatever she's doing. In the weekend, she goes out with her girlfriends, just chilling, okay? And then this man comes and he makes less. So, but she's now gonna have to be with him, pays 50% of the bills, pays less, more than 50% of the bills because we're doing percentage. And then now she has to cater to him and his ego and do more housework. How what is the I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing the incentive there to be with somebody who's gonna be a burden. I'm sorry if that's offensive to people. I'm not saying that everybody should marry up or whatever. I'm just saying just look at it from a perspective of a woman, let alone somebody who's even more highly educated and makes a lot more money, and then they want to go to the theater or something on the weekends, but her husband can't go. Like,
Yeah.
lifestyle matters. Or even conversation. Look at this conversation. This is a microcosm of the difference in education. Sad but true.
Yeah.
Like, we're not
Thank you. I mean,
language.
yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know if hopefully I'm not cutting you and you did make your point, but
No,
yeah.
I'm good. Y'all have a great night.
You too. Thank you. I am actually waiting for that moment where some racist troll comes on here and spew their foolishness like on the other man's channel, so we can talk about who has caused the most harm. Um, and I can get canceled on YouTube. Go ahead, Millie.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that relationships are probably one of the hardest things to get right. And I feel like Black women in particular have to be really careful about engaging in relationships with men of any stature. Thinking about my experience, I didn't really have the sort of framework to navigate how to be in a successful relationship, what that even looks like. And I don't want to generalize our experience, but I think that a lot of Black women can relate to that. So I just wanted to say that, but I think it's incredibly detrimental to engage with people who are not morally on the same page as you. And obviously that takes time to get to know someone. If the question is, do Black women deserve to be happy? Of course, I believe Black women deserve to experience pleasure. And I feel like oftentimes in our community, that's not what we're engaging with. We're engaging with cheating, lying, and violent communication. And all of that tears on your body, it tears on your soul. And I think as Black women, we carry the brunt of, a lot of things. We carry the brunt of white supremacy. We carry the brunt of colorism, sexism. And then to be in a supposed loving relationship with someone who's not pulling their weight is damaging to us physically. I don't have the stats with me, but autoimmune disorders are on the rise. And it's a medical condition that's not curable. And these are things that we have to think about when we decide to engage with people and teach, or I guess just tell in conversation with our girlfriends, just telling them the importance of what it means to be in a loving relationship, and if you're not in one, how that could really harm you physically.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Millie.
Alrighty. Good night.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
And that the stress is a real thing when it comes to autoimmune actual illness.
Right.
So
And
I
it's
appreciate
something that people don't see right away. So
Yeah.
you're functioning at work, you're functioning with your family, and people think that you're okay, and they don't really ask you if you're okay, and you're just performing. And meanwhile, you're struggling, and in some ways deteriorating. And so you need to be in loving partnerships. And in order to do that, like you've been saying, you do need resources. And it's important to be with a partner who is of the same moral standing. Hopefully that's a high one. And also you have to think about your economics, because, we have to think about retirement. We have to think about our old age. So I just wanted to add that in the conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right. The panel is closed. I see the back is filled. I'm sorry, I'm not can't do it. Tab Joy.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I know it's really late, so I actually didn't want to stay on too long because there's been so many different I think kind of offshoots on the conversation. I wish we could have gone a little bit deeper into the book is for marriage for white people, and just could have seen a little bit more of the conversation with the author
I
to
actually,
discuss.
I did a video, a live stream where I went through some of the chapters. So I don't remember where that is, but yeah, go ahead.
Awesome.
Just for your benefit, if you need it.
Yes, but really quickly, I just this concept that keeps coming up for some reason, and it to me, it's extremely disturbing when women, particularly Black women, are telling other Black women, encouraging them to date down, and specifically not so much even academically. I think that's whatever, it's up to the person, but economically is where it matters, because dating down academically does not always, obviously, we know in the Black community, education is like the number one key to getting out of poverty and things of that nature. But clearly, there are a number of people who are successful without that. But when you talk about dating down economically for Black women, it just doesn't make any sense, right? Like, we bear the brunt of the housework, like the previous callers have said. When we have children, if the relationship ends, it is usually the Black woman who ends up having to be the accountable one, the responsible one who stays and takes care of said children. So it makes absolutely no sense to marry someone who, especially, is going to come into your life, and I've said it, I think, a few times in the chat, who can't match your lifestyle. Like, it makes no sense for me to marry someone where I'm living a certain way. And in order to marry this person, of course, they want submission and respect and all these things. But now I have to reduce my lifestyle so that they feel more comfortable, because they can't provide what I'm doing for myself. Well, now I can no longer live the way I'm living. You're asking me to reduce this for what? Right? Is it to uplift the Black community? Is it so that we can have Black love? But then what does that do for my Black children? Right? I would never encourage a Black woman to marry down when she has the ability to either stay single and take care of herself, or marry up, whether that's within or without the community. Or and most average people, I mean, average folks will marry within their group typically, right? Like, it's not like people are saying, hey, average Black woman, you need to say no to all the men in your circle, all the men around you, and go for the billionaire. No one's saying that. Not realistically, right? That's not going to happen. Um, but to say, hey, it's okay to have standards. It's okay to require that the person that you marry can match what you're doing. We come from the same homes. We're coming from the same neighborhoods. Why is it that Black women can find a way to make a way, right? Because that's what they always say, Black women will make a way. How can we make a way and we are able to build ourselves up? And now you're telling us that once we've done that, we need to reach back and pull you out the gutter. How come Black women can find a way to succeed? And I'm not even talking about the 1% or even the top 10%. I'm talking about Black women who are be able to pay their bills, live comfortably, and go on vacation 2 times a year, maybe once a year, right? Like, just average. I'm not even going outside of that. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, if she can do it, why can't you? We speak to the oppression, right? We speak to all the things that are happening in society and racism, and everybody's against Black men. It's happening to Black women too. Like, it's almost like a lot of Black men forget that Black women are in the trenches with them. And the terrible thing is that we're not even getting the recognition, right? We're not getting the national attention when terrible things happen to us. So on top of us having to be out there dealing with the same types of problems, we're being murdered.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, the screen went out. Not only are we having these terrible things happen to us, but then no one's talking about it. No one's marching for us. No one's out here staking a claim saying we need to do this for our Black women. And then on top of that, you tell us to lick our wounds and go out and march for you and go push for political reform and push for all these policy reforms for you. And then on top of that, you say, oh, take your 40,000 and marry someone making 20 or 30. No, sir. No, absolutely not. In the words of the wonderful famous, absolutely not.
Not absolutely not. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Have a wonderful
Thank
night.
you. Thank you. Y'all
Please
too.
come back.
Oh, I will. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I I guess I didn't have time today because I'm actually exhausted. So Deanne, Amara, LB, let's throw a coin, and whoever catches it, how do you guys feel? Are we good?
I had one thing I wanted to say, but I know everybody's super tired, so I could wait till Friday.
Oh,
And
this
I
is not
have.
Friday. Today is not Friday. Oh, I have to work tomorrow. Wait,
It's not
Oh, you need to leave.
Friday.
why am I suddenly?
Like, it's not
Like
Friday.
immediate anxiety.
Wait. I mean, I guess I can push back till 7. I'll sleep until 7. I can sleep in until 7 a.m. It's almost 3. It's fine. I'm gonna fine. I'm gonna be fine.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave it there so you can get your sleep.
I literally just started assuming this was Friday because this is what we do on Friday. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.